Okay, we can begin.
Welcome, everybody. It's Gordon Clark from Oxford University, beginning this webinar, what is in effect a day-long event honouring Patrice Derrington and her most wonderful book. With me as well is Richard Florida, who is the co-convener and co-conspirator about this project. And as we go on, we will have, of course, many others join us as speakers, but also I expect the audience to build and build as we basically go through the process. There are quite a number of speakers, and you might notice that I'm speaking to you from Oxford in the UK. We have one of our guest speakers is, of course, from Belgium, and we could go Belgium, Oxford, we go then to New York, to Illinois, to Chicago, to Los Angeles and Stanford. So we've got quite a spread of speakers here today, and more particularly people who really understand Patrice's project, which actually is quite remarkable on many dimensions. Very crudely, size and scope really astounded me when I first saw it. But equally, she has said something fundamentally original about actually real estate, and she's been a diligent historian, bringing to the fore many aspects of the project that the book's based on. And I don't think there's anything quite like it in the social sciences. And that's saying a lot when you think of all the academics out there who've specialised in this kind of research. So welcome, everybody. And welcome to speakers, welcome to the audience who've dialed in for the occasion. Welcome. Maybe you won't.
No, all good.
Okay, so I've caught Richard indisposed. So I'll turn it over to Patrice, who will also say hello and also might make some remarks about where she started from, at least very briefly, historically speaking. Over to you, Patrice.
Thank you very much, Gordon. I'm humbled by your very kind words of appreciation of this. Yes, it was a long project, but one I just thoroughly enjoyed. I'm sure, like many people on this at this event, and many people worldwide, we love real estate. We love talking about real estate. We love being in our buildings. We love arguing about it. Real property, the things we live in every day, very exciting and definitely material for lots of juicy comments. So having been fortunate to put together an education combining architecture and then an MBA, business degree, I have practiced in real estate for many years. Then having the opportunity to go to an academic institution, wonderful ones like New York University and then now Columbia University, and be responsible for teaching young people, young future professionals about real estate development. I realized, how is it actually done? We go and do it, we try to do it well, but have we ever really thought about what are the essential principles, what are the essential motivating dynamics of this activity? And so I started looking back to see where we were doing this, where it had happened, and this took me way back to the 17th century and Covent Garden. Thank you for having me. Welcome.
Oops, I'll turn it over to Richard, who will now make some introduction.
Oh,
Just sorry about that. For some reason, my connection dropped off for a minute. So I ran the Hardy speed test and found that I have enough bandwidth to carry on. So thank you for bearing with me. I want to echo Gordon's comments. I've known Patrice for a long time. We were colleagues at Carnegie Mellon at the beginnings of our career, and I think somehow brought there together. We've never talked about this by one Gordon Clark, an incredible person and an incredible scholar, but an incredible magisterial connector of people and human beings and scholars. So, I have been an urbanist most of my career, trained in Columbia University, Rutgers as an undergraduate, Columbia University, where Patrice is as an urban planner in the mid 80s. And late in an academic career, I came to the belief that real estate was important to urban development. That sounds so simple-minded. When I say it, it sounds almost ludicrous, but I took up an appointment, and I believe Patrice also overlapped with me there as a distinguished visiting professor at the Schack Institute of Real Estate at NYU. And I did that particularly to try to educate myself about real estate. And I learned nothing. And I'm not kidding you that I found in our field that there was commentary, like David Harvey's important work on the spatial fix, but there was very little commentary about the central role of real estate. And particularly in a knowledge economy, there was the belief that real estate and space was no longer important. And then Patrice's book arrived, first in electronic format and then in analog format. And I was literally blown away because Patrice brings real estate, she not only provides this incredible history, she brings real estate back into our discourse and situates it where it should be at the center of urban theory and gives us, in many ways, she's answered so many questions. But I think Gordon would agree with this, and many of you would agree with this. She sets the table for so many of us to ask other questions, to think deeply about how real estate shapes cities, and I would say even more than urban development, shapes capitalist growth. So I just want to echo Gordon's comments. I'm honored, and I feel honored and privileged to be involved. I wish I could. I love the city. I love New York City. Even Gordon, compared to Oxford and London, it's still my favorite city in the world. I wish I could be with you there today, but hope to be visiting with you in New York soon enough. Patrice, most of all, thank you for making this important contribution. And thanks to all of our guests, our distinguished participants, our presenters, for their incredible contributions.
Great, thanks, Richard. It's worth also saying that in bringing together the commentators today, we were mindful of the disciplines. We were mindful of, if you like, the critical perspectives, analytical perspectives that people bring to the table. And that, I think, is also some measure of Patrice's accomplishment here. She's been able to talk to a lot of disciplines and a lot of scholars who, in their own fields may have made significant contributions themselves. And as we went around recruiting people, everyone jumped to say yes. So it's quite a compliment personally and professionally. One thing Patrice didn't mention was, yes, she was in industry. Yes, she was in banks and investment groups on real estate. And I think it's fair to say she met all kinds of people in that sojourn. And I was particularly struck hearing one time a while ago a story about going to see somebody who actually owned a casino or seemed to own a casino. I think it's actually more in the latter, seemed to own a casino, and seemed to owe a lot of money to banks. And that man, unfortunately, didn't seem to become president, but he became president. It's just a shocker. But there you go. It's Patrice has seen rogues. She's seen remarkably talented people on the investment side of things. And she has also been able to conceptualize something whole that most of us otherwise look at in part. So with that, I'm sort of conscious of coming up to 45 minutes, that is to say 15 minutes into the presentation. We're going to, of course, start with the first presenter at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think I'm right. No, sorry, at 9. I'm very confused at timing here. At 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But before we do that, we are also going to run a tape from Larry Summers. Professor Summers was very gracious in agreeing to make some preliminary comments. He has also read the book, and unfortunately, he can't be here today. I believe he's in Singapore. But nonetheless, he is also a person enormously impressed by the book and enormously impressed by Patrice's accomplishments. So Patrice, how do we go about getting Larry in the frame, so to speak, to get his comments displayed?
Hi, Gordon. I'll play the clip right now.
Excellent. Thank you.
Welcome, Larry.
I am delighted to open this symposium in celebration of Patrice Darrington's book, Built Up. You know, there are important books, there are deeply scholarly books, and there are books that are fun to read. There are not very many books that meet all three of those criteria, but at least for me, this was one of them. It's famously been said that we shape our built environment, and then our built environment shapes us. If that's even close to true, developers are some of the most important people determining the destiny of our shared spaces, therefore the destiny of our cities, and therefore the destiny of all of us. What they do and how they do it is profoundly important. It's not just the stuff of abstract models or present value calculations. It's the stuff of dreams, persuasion, sales, motivation, vision. These are as important as financial calculation or carpentry or physical construction. It's the great strength of this book that it tells real stories about real things and therefore makes the mechanics, the abstractions, come to life. That's why I enjoyed reading it. That's why it gave me a greater appreciation of the work of the developers I know. That's why it caused me to think differently about the malls, the buildings, the office parks, the projects into which I step. And so I'm only sorry that I can't be present physically for this symposium. I'm sure it will be as great a treat as reading this book was.
Yeah. Okay, here we are again. Now I'm conscious that we are 10 minutes away now, just or 15 minutes away from the scheduled start. So I thought in this period of time, I might make some other comments and then get Richard and Patrice to also make some comments before we introduce our first speaker. The first thing to say about this, and to sort of reinforce some aspects of the debate about real estate and property in modern cities, is the, if you like, the flux and flow of what happens in cities. And in my own commentary, I talk about how to conceptualize what happens in one neighborhood, one part of a city, as opposed to other parts of the same city, and how they join together, if not directly in terms of adjoining land, but indirectly in terms of the financial market pricing of one parcel of land versus another parcel of land, and indeed, actually, what the future value is of that land, looked in not just a local perspective, but also in a global perspective. And for someone like me who's been involved in urban research for many years, but also as an investor through a major institution in the UK in real estate. It brought home to me actually many of the issues that I hear investors come into our discussions and explain how they value one parcel of land over another parcel of land. And it's really basic sometimes. It's is the land situated in the right place? And in the UK, that means being in the Midlands at the intersection between major freeways going north, south, east, west. But equally, it's sort of very basic, what is the shell that is the building on top of that land? How does that have an intrinsic value? Does it have a use value? Is it actually not valuable at all, except in the sense that it occupies a space of land that can be converted to something else altogether? And that's actually, in many respects, what I learned from reading Patrice's book. That sort of sense of contingency about land, about property, contingency on markets, contingency on ambitions and aspirations of those people who hold property or will hold property in the long term. The last comment I make about this is it's too often to think, when you sort of speculate about speculators, what they have in mind is the return tomorrow, or the return in a year's time, or the return in 5 years' time. But in London, there is a landholder whose time horizon is almost infinite. It could be 1,000 years out. So the Crown Estate thinks in terms of centuries, has a rate of return target over centuries, has a claim on space well beyond actually the building on the space, which is either owned or leased by somebody else. And to listen to how the Crown Estate thinks about urban space is completely different to a speculator thinking on the price of land today and tomorrow and the building that might reap a rent. The Crown Estate in London, around Covent Garden, is also thinking about what's its intrinsic value over 100 years or 200 years. How can we get people to pay not just for their current use value, but actually their use value in 50 years or 70 years? And indeed, I'm in an organisation that had to decide recently, in response to the Crown Estate, whether or not to hold the lease for 50 years or for another 100 years. And we decided to hold the lease for another 100 years. That says a lot about actually the footprint of human activity and how thinking about real estate is not only in the short term, but it can be that enormous, very long term. And that's why I think Patrice's historical perspective is so revealing. So revealing. Covent Garden then and Covent Garden now. This is an expensive real estate. Was then, is now. So I'll just pass it over with 9 minutes to go to Richard to see if he has any last comments, and then we'll take a brief comment from Patrice before we move on to Professor Darek Burzik.
Of course. Thank you, Gordon. Just a couple of comments on my reading of why Patrice's work is so important. As I mentioned earlier, there are great predictions and punditry about real estate being no longer important, an economy of innovation and knowledge. And in fact, what's so interesting about this is that land or clustering or real estate have become probably more important to capitalist growth and urban development now than at any point in history. And a couple of facts that I just included in my commentary. In the United States, just 4 metropolitan areas, the Bay Area, New York, Boston, and Seattle, accounted for something like 90% of all innovation job growth over the past couple of decades. And across the world, just 6 metropolitan areas, the Bay Area, New York, London, Boston, Beijing, and Shanghai, accounted for more than half of all the venture capital startups that have been created over the past decade. Moreover, there's a recent McKinsey report, which I find really fascinating. The study, which just came out last week and was reported by Rana Foucault in the Financial Times, finds that real estate today comprises more than 2/3 of the world's entire net worth, looking across 10 advanced countries: the US, UK, China, Germany, France, Canada, Sweden, Australia, and Mexico. And an earlier study, this one done about a decade ago, of the US, found that the total land value in the United States was 23 trillion. Now that's increased. That's 160% of US total economic output at the time. A new study from Zillow suggests that the total cumulative value of US homes is nearly 30 trillion, also exceeding the total value of all goods and services produced in the US. So real estate and land is really important. And also, I think real estate is going through another, the ownership, the capitalist control of real estate is going through another transformation. I think part of this we see as investors gobble up not just commercial real estate and multifamily homes, but single family homes. I forget the statistic, but I believe it's 1/5 of all home purchases over the pandemics were purchased not by individuals, but by institutional investors. And looking out a little further, I think one of the changes we'll see if the 1980s and 90s gave rise to the securitization of real estate, I think we're looking now at the digitalization of real estate coming pretty quickly. And so real estate as a basic asset class, but one that's not only a historical asset class, one that could be traded in new ways, is really fascinating. And just one remark on theory. I cut my teeth as a kid at Rutgers and Columbia University on Marx and neo-Marxism and theories of the state and theories of capitalist development, and have been very influenced by Marx all through all of my career. Although taking a page from the great Christopher Freeman, who I asked this when I was an assistant professor, he said, "You may be influenced by Marx, but if you talk about people like Schumpeter, you get your papers published more easily." So I've tended not to echo that so much in my formal writing, but my insights have been shaped with Marx. Marx, and Patrice and I were talking about this, and I think we want to do more to jointly understand this. Marx more or less famously gave real estate short shrift, and he lumped the world of capitalism, I'm saying very crudely, into a model where there were two great classes that drove the mode of production forward and in struggle: capitalists and workers, which was the proletariat. He didn't have much time for real estate, and in the commentaries I've seen, really derided it. But the person who, like Patrice, put real estate at the center of the equation is Henry George. And I've been paying a lot of attention to Henry George. You know, land was Adam Smith's first factor of production. The classical economists like Cantillon developed the land theory of value. Ricardo was very influenced by rent. But it was George who put land at the center and real estate at the center. And where Marx, and I'll say this very briefly, where Marx saw the capitalists as making off with the surplus generated by workers, George, and I'm not saying he's right in this, but I think it's a fascinating view. If you read his work very quickly, and not just the book Progress and Poverty, the report he did before that, which is trying to estimate US land values, if you read that very closely, what Henry George is saying is that it's real estate owners who make off with the surplus generated by both capital and labor. And why I think that's interesting today is if you look at land values and real estate values in superstar cities like New York or London or San Francisco, or you look at land values across the board, it seems increasingly that much of the productive advance or innovative advance or surplus that we generate in these places simply gets plowed back into rising real estate values. And that I find to be quite fascinating, how this classical factor of land or real estate, which Marx derided as not that important, as kind of a fetter, how over time and well into the 21st century, it continues to be a critical factor, and indeed a much larger fetter that sort of forms a contradiction, in that as more and more surplus is generated, increasingly it appears that that surplus is plowed back into real estate and the holders of land. And I think That is Patrice's really remarkable contribution, that she forces those of us who work in urban economics, land economics, spatial theory, urban geography, city and regional planning, that consider ourselves urbanists, to really think about real estate in a different, in a more important way. So again, thank you, Patrice, and I look forward to your comments and the comments of others throughout the day.
Okay, thank you. Look, I've been confused. The first speaker will in fact be Manuel Alves from Belgium. And just in case Darek Wojcik and Manuel are confused, I was confused, sorry. So I would like to see Manuel come on video, please.
You should be able to see me now, Gordon.
Excellent.
Welcome, Manuel.
Sorry about that. Sorry about
No
that.
problem.
Okay, so Manuel, for all of those who are listening in, you've got all of 20 minutes. You could take 5 minutes for questions thereafter, but we're looking for 5 minutes of grace period at the end of your time to the next speaker, which will be Darek. So just looking at the clock as it goes down, we've sort of got 1 minute to go. I'm not going to spend a lot of time introducing the speakers because in so many ways they're well known for everybody. So I will basically give you half a minute, Manuel, if you would like to sort of pick up the gauntlet and begin speaking when you like. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gordon. I am ready. I don't need a half minute, I think. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. That's always good to know, because sometimes you think you're sharing something and you're not. Only just yesterday, I recorded a lecture for my students of more than an hour, only to receive an email this morning that they could all see me, but that they couldn't hear me. So I still make these basic mistakes. So I wouldn't want to be talking to you for 20 minutes without you being able to see my screen or be able to hear me. Okay, so Gordon, thanks a lot for the introduction. Thanks a lot also for inviting me. I'm happy to comment on Patrice's, her book. And I'm not going to do a long praise of the book. I'm going to keep it rather short, the praise part, because I want to see where we can move on next. So Patrice Darrington provides us with an excellent historiography of real estate development since the 16th and 17th century in London. She takes us through the 20th century in New York City, and then takes us into the 21st century, discussing not just New York, but also a number of cases abroad. What I find quite remarking is that the book didn't exist yet. You would think someone would have written this book a long time ago. I think Richard said something along the same lines. You would have thought someone would have written the history of real estate development. So only when the book was announced, I was like, yes, I've never read that book. That is weird that that book doesn't exist. So I'm very happy that the book is being written. I'm very happy. I was very happy to read it, and I'm even happier to comment on it. I also wished we could have been in New York City. I used to live in New York for 3.5 years, and about half of that time I spent in the planning department at Columbia University. So it would have been very nice to see some of those familiar places, which I still hope to visit next year when I hope to be back in New York. But for now, let me focus on some of the contributions that we find. Let me see. Yeah. So as I already mentioned, Patrice starts from 16th and 17th century London. And what struck me is that already in that early affairs, in that early history of real estate development, that real estate development was already not just an economic, but also a political affair. It was very clear that if you wanted to do real estate development, you didn't just need the capital, you needed the connections, you needed the network, you needed to be able to get the state, the local state very often, in a way to be okay with what you do. This also may be one reason why a lot of theories of real estate development fall short. They are either emphasizing this economic part or they're emphasizing the political part, but they're not so good in bringing this together. So what I would like to do today is to go a little bit into bringing them together more, starting to think from Patrice's work and then trying to bring in some other work to see if we can bring them in dialogue with what Patrice has been telling us and seeing how that could work productively. So Patrice herself builds on both the real estate literature and the urban studies literature, which I think is quite nice. It sounds quite obvious to do that if you talk about real estate, but it doesn't happen that often, that those literatures are being confronted in the way that Patrice does. There are separate chapters even discussing sort of the critique coming from urban studies to real estate development as a discipline. So the approach he follows is quite interdisciplinary, and I would like to go along in that way and then presenting some sort of political economy of real estate development. Although some people might say maybe it's more of a sociology of real estate development, because I will also be relying on the work of some sort of big names in sociology to make my argument. So if we look at the book, at the end of the book, in the conclusion, Patrice is formulating 3 objections of real estate development. This, in a way, we could say, is a conclusion rather than something coming up front. It's a conclusion of the history, of the description of this history of 4 or 5 centuries of real estate development. What we find is the first objective is the provision of shelter for occupants and the community as a whole. The second being the creation of financial assets for capital markets, and the third being the contribution to urban topography and the provision of urban amenities. I was thinking a little bit about these objectives, and then I tried to reformulate them a little bit in a slightly different way. And I came up with these 2, and both of them actually have 2 elements in them. So you could say I have formulated them into 2 objectives or into 4 objectives. The first one being that real estate development has both use and exchange values. This seems pretty obvious, but it basically translates to some of the things Patrice says in her objectives. The second being maybe a little less obvious, that real estate development may create both direct and indirect use and exchange value. So let me explain the difference a little bit there. If we think of the direct use and exchange value, the direct value of the house, the apartment where I'm sitting right now, is that I can sit here, that I can sleep here, work here, and do other things. The exchange value here is that I'm actually renting this flat, so that there's an economic value is being generated through my rent payment to my landlord, and that my landlord, if she wants, she could resell the house at some point. But there are also indirect use and exchange values. So the indirect use value is what Patrice calls the community as a whole, the contribution to the community as a whole, and what she calls in one of the other objectives, the provision of public amenities. Which is in a way the question, how do non-occupants benefit or are afflicted by a building? How do people benefit from my building being here? Well, my building is a pretty nice one from the outside, so maybe people would benefit from this indirectly. There is a bar on the ground floor of my building. There's also a dentist on the ground floor of my building. These are facilities that people in the neighborhood may benefit from. These are also facilities in the neighborhood that people might be afflicted by. My building is larger than most of the buildings in the neighborhood. It may take away sunshine from some of my neighbors. The bar may cause some noise. It's not a particularly noisy bar, and there are much noisier bars in the neighborhood. But it's also important here that this use value can also be a negative indirect use value. And Patrice focuses mostly on the idea that real estate development could have a positive value for the community. And that is great, and that is sometimes the case, but I think it's important also to realize that real estate development and the existing buildings can also have negative indirect use values. So if we look at the economic value that we get from a use, it's already the example I mentioned. My landlord benefits from me paying the rent, and I usually pay it in time, so that's nice for her. She can resell the building in the future, also good for her. She might be able to make some money there, or she might just get her investment back. So in this sense, real estate is rather unique. Real estate provides both a stable income, and it provides a stable question mark. It's not always that stable. We can talk about it a long time, but I won't do that now. I'll just leave the question mark up there. It provides investment potential. This means also that real estate has both commodity and asset features if we look at the site from development and construction into the lifespan of the building. Real estate is also, of course, spatially fixed. And this is the key here to the indirect use and exchange values. These values are, of course, derived from the land. This is no surprise. I assume everyone knows this in this room. I'm not pretending I say anything new here. So location is key. We all know that. Location, location, location are the 3 important things for real estate, as we're often reminded. But this means that value and price of real estate and the land underlying it, or the land potentially being used to develop real estate, is derived from the values and the prices of nearby real estate and lands. So the value of real estate, the value of land changes as a result of the changes in nearby plots. This again seems quite obvious, but this is quite important for how real estate development is being done. This means also that this is how the indirect exchange value is being created. The indirect exchange value here is about how it influences real estate values of nearby plots. What's the effect of new housing going up my neighborhood? What's the effect of the building across the street from me being fixed up and being rented out for higher prices? Is this just one building with higher rents, or is this going to have an effect on the rents in the neighborhood? Is this going to lead to possibly a gentrification process? Is it part of it? So the real estate values are always influencing the other real estate values in the neighborhood, which means that real estate development always has an indirect exchange value. It's not just about the building that's being developed that has these exchange values and the economic income coming also from rent. It also means that it influences not just the use, but also the exchange value of the buildings around it. So this means that developers, as well as investors, have an interest in increasing investment in a larger area. You would think that if you have two real estate developments next to each other, that they're competing with each other. And this may be true to some extent. I'm not saying they're not competing with each other at all, but actually these two real estate developments next to each other, or 10 or 20 or more than that, are also working towards the same goal of increasing the indirect exchange value of these buildings. Of course, they're trying to maximize their own exchange value by making sure the building can be rented out for more money, can be resold for more money, but also trying to make sure that if the whole neighborhood is lifted up, all these buildings benefit from it, even in theory, the ones that are not necessarily being developed or redeveloped. So here I'd like to take a step back and look at the work of the sociologist Max Weber, one of the great sort of classical sociologists. And he argued that economic exchange is not simply about competition, but also not about competition between suppliers and competition between the demand side, but it's also about coordination, and especially coordination between suppliers. So coordination, Max Weber argues, in many markets might be more important than competition, hence the title of this slide to the left. So there's a power struggle between different types of actors rather than just between developers. And developers here have a joint interest in enlarging the market. And Patrice refers here to urban policies. I can also think of lobbying. She refers quite explicitly to the idea of the growth machine coming from Harvey Molotch at New York University. You could also think here of the pro-growth coalition that John Mollenkopf at CUNY, City University of New York, discusses. And these are sort of more the critical urban studies literature, people from sociology, political science, geography, discussing these kind of issues. But this is in a way, if you take a step back, you can think like this is why this is important, that actually developers may be working to coordinate with each other because they have this joint interest in the land values going up. So then we have another possible sociological perspective here. One of the more recent big names in sociology, the French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu, he speaks of different forms of capital: economic capital, social capital, cultural capital, and symbolic capital. And Bourdieu argues, and we're going to simplify his theory a little bit here, that these forms of capital exist side by side, and that to some extent, these forms of capital are exchangeable, but also foundational to each other. It doesn't mean that you can, by definition, exchange one form of capital for the other, but it means that to some extent, it is possible to use one form of capital to further another form of capital. So economic capital, in case of real estate development, that would be obvious to everyone, so I'm not going to discuss that. The social capital is actually also quite easy. Patrice discusses networks between developers, so this is also clear. If we extend this social capital a little bit, we start thinking about something that becomes cultural capital, and this has to do with the club-like nature of real estate. And Bourdieu argues that clubs have a spatial basis, and they construct relatively homogeneous groups. They also keep intact these relatively homogeneous groups. And these groups are both instruments of inclusion and exclusion. So it means that within the club, it can be an inclusionary measure to have a joint language, joint ideas, but also joint lobbying and things like that. But it's also a measure of exclusion, of excluding other groups from real estate development, other actors that may have an interest in real estate development, but are not developers themselves, to exclude them here. And Bourdieu argues that if this happens quite effectively, if actually some of the how you say it, the use of cultural capital is some of the use of cultural capital in combination with economic and social capital is almost taken for granted. And if the effects are not necessarily seen as effects of having these different forms of capital, then he actually speaks of symbolic capital. These are the effects of any form of capital when it's not perceived as such. Other social theorists may speak of hegemony here, but actually the idea of symbolic capital in a way is a little bit sort of a less big concept than hegemony, because hegemony seems to be almost like a black and white situation, where symbolic capital was always in relationships to these other forms of capital. And Bourdieu argues that this form of symbolic capital, the use of it where it's actually not being recognized necessarily, may also result in symbolic violence. This could be, for instance, when there's development at the expense of the community, referring back to what I earlier called negative use values. So then, let's see if we can confront Bourdieu and Darrington a little bit more. In Built Up, Patrice shows that landowners realized that not only the use, but also the direct and indirect exchange values of the land. In a way, she shows how this happened in 16th and 17th century London, how before it was all about use value, and these landowners started to see we can do more with the land. We can use it in different ways, make more money on the land, use it more productively. And this is how she basically tells how the first landowners became the first developers. You could say in Bourdieu's terms that these first developers used economic, social, and cultural capital to seek favorable public investments, which then became the hallmark of their symbolic capital. And this is how real estate development was born, and in a way, how it gave shape to modern and contemporary real estate development. This is where I could end, but then I thought there's another interesting thing to say. And if time is still on my side, and I think it is, I can go in one other perspective here, in which one of the great names of political economy also could be put in dialogue with Patrice Darrington. Patrice, in a way, discusses the discovery of direct and indirect exchange value. Again, my terms, but my reading through a sociological or political economy lens of her work. And this reminded me of the work of von Thunen. Von Thunen is famous in land economics, real estate economics, but also in economic geography for his model of agricultural land use. I will show it in a minute. But what is interesting here is that von Thunen himself was a Junker. A Junker is sometimes translated to English, but this is basically a form in Prussia of the landed nobility. It doesn't translate necessarily directly into a proper English term, but it is one form of the landed nobility. It's not the highest form, but these were typically large landowners. And it's a little bit similar to what Patrice describes in London, where these first real estate developers were also large landowners. And these large landowners in London, as von Thunen did in Prussia, discovered in a way what they could do with their land. And what von Thunen did is he developed ideas about land use and how to reap rents from them, how to make money on the land he had. He already owned some land, and then in 1810, he bought a large estate in Mecklenburg-Schwerin, a part of what is now Germany, and he developed what he called a model farm there. In 1826, so that is 16 years later, he wrote a book basically about this and theorized how you could use these large land holdings and make the best of them. So the book was called Die isolierte Staat in der Beziehung auf Landwirtschaft und Nationalökonomie. The isolated states with an eye on, you could say, land economics and national economics. So you see here the connection between the land economics and the political economy already developing. And basically he asked the question how to develop agricultural land according to its highest and best use. If you take out the word agricultural, it just seems to be the question in a way that many developers ask themselves. So here you see the model. What is most famous from the model is this lower part of the model. These rings, they're known as von Thunen rings, 4 concentric rings about where you would find different land uses. I'm not discussed in detail. I hope many of you will know it. What is actually the more interesting part is the top part of the model, which is where von Thunen spends a lot more time about. And this is indicating how by having different land uses, you can get more profit out of the land, and in a way how it works within sort of the horizontal line, you look at which of the different diagonal lines is the highest ones, and that is how much farmers would be paying to leave the land from Fortuna. So this is assuming that there's a large landowner, and and in most cases it would be, he is renting out this land to farmers, leasing it to farmers. So what we saw here, that Fortuna organized the land according to the economic potential of the land use. It was not so much about how to reap crops, it was about how to reap land rents. It wasn't about the fertility of the land, it was about which piece of land located where allows me to use the land in which way to make the most money on it. Interestingly enough, in the book, although this is often forgotten, Fortuna also discovers how society and contextual changes affect land rent, how technological inventions affect land rent, how all kinds of developments, transportation and things like that also are actually a way in which you can make more money on the existing land. It was designed to benefit the landowners, not the farmers. In a way, Fortuna also theorized something that Karl Marx would later call absolute rent. And of course, it's quite interesting, Marx writing as a socialist, Fortuna writing as a member of, you could say, the higher classes as a representative of capital, but they came to very similar conclusions about what Marx called absolute rent. Fernand Braudel, the great French historian, some people would say one of the greatest historians ever, he considered both Marx and Fortuna the two great German political economists. And why I'm going back to this history of Fortuna? Because what Fortuna did is, in a way, he discovered how agricultural land could be used in a way what Patrice describes about what could happen in London by these landowners owning the land. But the difference here, these landowners in London didn't write a book. They had to wait for Patrice to write a book. Fortuna did, in a way, did the practice and then wrote a book about it. So Patrice Darrington, and this is where I'm going to end, this is going to be my last line. Patrice provides us with an excellent, oh, sorry, I'm going back to my first line, excuse. So in closing my talk, I would like to say one more thing. For agricultural land use, it took Fortuna a few decades to go from the practice that he developed himself to an evidence-based theory of land use for real estate development. But such a book was sorely lacking for real estate development, especially urban real estate development. It took Patrice Darrington to provide us with the roots and the advancement of real estate development since its genesis 4 centuries ago. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm going to step in and thank you very, very much, Manuel. Taking us, broadening our understanding through of urban real estate through to that historical beginning in agricultural value is absolutely key to what we have inherited in our minds about the importance of owning property. And, you know, the interesting notion of a diversified agricultural portfolio, of course, is now played out with institutions who seek to hold diversified real estate portfolios. So we've got an echo of this very, very fine beginnings from Von Thurah. Thank you for bringing that up. Gordon, Richard, I'll pass over to you. Maybe some questions?
That was great. One of the things that I've noticed, as I said, being an investor as much as an academic about this space, is how you construct portfolios of property and for what purpose. Do you construct portfolios in a sense that they overlap thematically? And in a sense, I say in my own commentary, that you bring together like types of properties around the world. And what you're doing is managing risk, if you like, geographically across the world, but basically taking advantage of the benefits of one type of property that has not quite a universal value, but a sort of well understood value. Or what you do is you build a portfolio, say within a country that is geographically diverse. So I wondered if, Manuel, you might sort of comment a little bit more on what you mean by these portfolios of property. What types of risks are they trying to deal with?
Could you repeat the last line again? You said something about risk, but I couldn't hear it very well, Gordon. Sorry.
I wondered if you might explain with some examples about the portfolios you have in mind and what their building blocks are underpinning them.
I need to think about that. You mean the portfolios as in the terms of indirect exchange value, or?
Well, yes, but also how do you translate that to property on the ground?
Well, I didn't talk much about portfolios, so I find it hard to see exactly what you're trying to get at, but I might be missing your point. Sorry.
Well, what I'm looking for is a translation of the principles into the practice of real estate investment, and indeed the benefits that investors want to get out of property.
Yeah, well, I think it's what you see in many cases, developers working together in a way to develop or redevelop an area. So I think that is a clear example of where you see they have a joint interest. So Hudson Yards in New York is a great example where the location within Manhattan, in a way, on the one hand, is very good. It's very central. It's close to Midtown. On the other hand, it's a very bad location. The infrastructure is not particularly pretty there. Some blocks feel very unpleasant. And there's some mecca developments. There's a tunnel coming in with like 4 or 5 exits. So you can also say that last part means there's a lot of potential there. But if I, as a real estate developer, would put one building there, well, I might still make a profit on that building and it might work well. But if I really want to make money with the land I own, whether by developing or whether by selling the land to someone else, it needs all the development around it, right? So you need a lot of developers at the same time or in the same time frame to do something like this, to live up to the potential of the land. And this is about these indirect exchange values. And to do this, you need coordination between the developers, and you need to lobby the local government to intervene in this area, to make investments in the area, but also to rezone, which it doesn't necessarily cost a lot of money to rezone, but it still costs a lot of efforts of developers and of the government to get this done. So I think that's where you see in practice how this idea of coordination works, and how through the coordination between them and the local states, they shape this indirect exchange value.
Yes, of course, coordination comes in many flavors, and some of it's above board, but often it is actually there's sort of the stuff of life of corruption and urban development go hand in hand. So
I have 2 questions for Manuel. First of all, thank you. I've learned a lot in this hour and learned a tremendous amount from your talk. And I, like probably everyone else on this Zoom, read their Von Thunen, but I didn't read this Von Thunen. And your reading is so contextualized and so important. So my 2 questions are, the first one more mundane, and you can just punt on it. Real estate has always been a very local industry. It seems to me, especially with regard to Hudson Yards, these players are now more global. So do you think that's happening? Is my more mundane question. And feel free to say, I don't know, or I don't care. The more, I think, interesting question for you is, you have a very close reading of Von Thunen. You have a very close reading of Marx. And I've been playing around with Henry George. So theoretically, how do you think Von Thunen, Marx, and George compare in their view? Are landlords a separate class? I'm asking that very vaguely. Are they a separate entity, a faction of capital that is extracting a tremendous amount of surplus through their ownership of land and manipulation of land and coordination? Or are they, in your view, more of what Marx said, just a member of the capitalist class and not particularly interesting, at least in my reading? Or I may have that wrong. So I thought you'd be the most appropriate person to ask that question to.
Thanks a lot, Richard. I think the first question is relatively easy. Yes, I would agree that we're moving partly to global players, but I would say it's a partial globalization, right? In terms of investment, prime markets are very much global markets. Yep. It's the big institutional capital that's behind this. Yep. Gordon knows much more about this than I do. I think in terms of development, we see a combination between, on the one hand, local players, but in places like New York, some of those local players are becoming national players or international players, but rarely are they active globally. So this is another interesting thing. A lot of them are active in select locations, and they might be working in other global cities, but not necessarily everywhere. So yes, a partial globalization, I would say. The second question, I don't know Henry George as much, as well as you do. Fortuna, Marx, I mean, have very different perspectives, but I am definitely here more on the Harveyan reading of Marx. I mean, I read my Harvey better also than I read my Marx, to be honest. And I would agree with both von Thunen and Harvey coming from completely different perspectives, that you could say land use and land development and landlords are worth the attention. There was an interesting debate in the 1980s in British housing studies. Gordon is asking me to stop soon. I'll finish 2 sentences. And it was basically about the question, is housing just something where we find the typical capital versus labor, or is there something else going on in housing market that actually goes beyond that? And the Marxists were supposed to say no, although not all of them did. And the Weberians said, actually, there's something more going on here. And I think this is true. Real estate markets, land markets have their own way of producing class in ways that are sometimes parallel to, but not necessarily exactly the same as what happens in labor markets.
Perfect. Agree entirely. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. And I must say, very, very interesting. And what breadth. What breadth. So we're going to turn now in a minute's time to Darek Wojciech from Oxford University. And I just want to bring him online so that we can see him. And where is Darek?
I'm here.
There you are. Excellent. Sorry about the mix-up in order, but here we are. And you've got the same order, up to 25 minutes. It's best if you finish in 20 minutes, 5 minutes for questions. But I'm actually now just wasting your time. So I'm going to give you half a minute grace. Off you go.
Thank you very much, Gordon. And thank you, Patrice. Thank you, Richard. I'm a financial and economic geographer. I'm speaking from my residential real estate in Oxford. And when I first came to England in 1998, I came from Poland, so a country emerging from over 40 years of communist regime. A big part of the cultural shock I experienced here, other than meeting Gordon as my supervisor, which was a positive shock. The negative shock was the low quality of most buildings here, particularly residential. Poor insulation, double taps, thin walls, exposed pipes, general lack of solidity. I don't need to go on. And so first, as a geographer, I explained it with weather. Okay, mild climate, a roof above your head is enough to protect you from elements. Then I came across historical explanations. The country has not been invaded for a long time. The average building age is high. Old-fashioned technology is still everywhere. But with time, also as an economic and then financial geographer, I learned about financial and legal factors affecting this material fabric of England, the significance of which seems to be confirmed by Patrice's book. Land ownership, particularly in England, is highly concentrated. Land leases are relatively short. And long-term objectives in building are further curtailed by the financialization of real estate development, driven by short-term profits with community and societal interests, sometimes also the interests of people housed in the buildings themselves, falling by the wayside. So Oxford, where I live, is no exception. There are 2 more episodes in my experience of English real estate that this book, Patrice's book, sheds light on. So in 2006, I lived in London, and every second shop on my high street turned into a real estate agency, literally. Television was full of programs about IT managers becoming developers, because why would they be so stupid to only earn £100,000 a year if you can make so much more easily in property development? So I went to my agent on the street asking about the possibility of buying a lot of land to build a house. So this is something that people, many people in Poland would do, buy land and build a house. But my agent was shocked. Only developers and the super rich, he said, can buy real estate, can buy land here. Okay, maybe just maybe you can buy some rural land north of Birmingham. So this was again a lesson that contrasted with my Polish background, where buying land and building your own house is still common even in big cities. And most recently, as a happy house owner, occupier, I realized that I actually don't know the value of the land on which my house stands in relation to the value of the house itself. Almost everyone in Poland would know such a thing, but hardly anyone does here. So again, these oddities, at least from a Polish perspective, are the product of historical, political, financial, and legal processes that have been going on in this country. As the book shows, they have been going on for centuries. Now, speaking about shocks, when I first received Patrice's book, I was thoroughly surprised by the big format, rich illustrations, not just another monograph, as people before me said. It's really a work of love, not just research. Just look at the ambitious table of contents, everything. And I really agree with and want to emphasize Patrice's identification of the research gap here. She says private development, despite extensive criticism, does not itself interrogate its processes or seeks to improve its practices. In this, it does not qualify as an institutionalized discipline or attract scholarly and professional respect. Well, just recently, I was reminded of how under-researched real estate was while conducting input-output analysis of the US economy with my associate, Takis Iliopoulos. So imagine in 2020, for those of you who are into network analysis, in 2020, real estate had the highest total strength centrality measure of all sectors in the US economy. So put simply, to those of you not interested in network analysis, real estate is the most important economic sector in terms of its inflows and outflows and the degree to which they penetrate the whole US economy. And its centrality has actually grown over time, not only prior to the global to the subprime crisis, I should say, but also ever since. Now, Patrice's book follows what she describes as the historical turn in business studies. But I think it also offers elements of and potential for a spatial or geographical turn. The deep dive into the private property development in 17th century London is fascinating. Shows the role of shocks in economic development, with the Great Fire of 1666 changing the use of building materials. And the contrast between innovative but conscientious Earls of Bedford and Southampton on one side and the speculative Nicholas Barbon is instructive. The book is a story of property development as financial innovation, as well as path dependence, stymieing further innovation, for example, through the use of the discounted cash flow model. Again, quoting Patrice, the understanding of the mutual benefit achieved through designating portions of a site to positive economic externalities for the community was not explicitly formulated in the financial calculations for urban development. And as a result, community contribution remains a qualitative assessment, not justified by economic rationale and neglected when financial objectives became dominant. And as she documents, this process started happening already in the 17th century, at least in the 17th century. Regarding the geography in the book, I really love, as a geographer, I love Patrice's phrase, distance of financial interests. This reminds us of the quintessentially geographical problem involved, growing distance between investors and often developers as well on one side and communities in which property is located on the other side. And this distance is enabled, if not created, by financial innovation, regulation, technology and globalization. Faraway investors and developers tend to neglect and underestimate both positive and negative local externalities of real estate. And as a result, prefer reductive financially driven models of evaluating real estate at the expense of more inclusive metrics. This problem is aggravated when equity, particularly public equity, is used as a side effect of the liquidity that equity offers. And to compound the issues, in addition to investors and developers, users can be non-local too. Think of empty houses bought for investment and money laundering, or both in Miami, Sydney, London, Toronto, Oxford, anywhere. Historical case studies in the book illustrate the problems of distance very well. The developers of Covent Garden and Bloomsbury, which arguably achieved very positive societal outcomes, lived within their new built precincts. The developers of less socially successful St. James's and Red Lion Squares in London departed entirely upon completion. I don't think this is a coincidence. The role of proximity is also made palpable in the book by the fact that the birth of modern property development is located right between Westminster with its court and the city with its merchants and financiers. Close connections in both places were crucial for the early developers discussed in the book, and such connections are still crucial for developers today. Now, history and geography in the book, where they meet lies a potential challenge to the book. So can we be sure, or how can we be sure to identify 17th century London as the cradle of modern property development business? Or does it smug of Euro and Western centrism? It's the kind of bias I experienced in San Marco Library. This summer I was lucky to go to Florence. San Marco Library in Florence was funded by Cosimo di Medici in the 15th century. Medici, the founder of the banking dynasty. And the library is wooing its visitors with the writing on the wall that it's one of the oldest public libraries in the world, full stop. But then when you actually do research, you find that Damascus had a public library 750 years earlier. and later the dozens of cities in the Middle East and elsewhere. Now, London's tripling of its population, mainly through migration, during the course of the 17th century, from 200,000 to 600,000, nearly 600,000 by 1700, indeed created huge demand for shelter and public space. But there were many cities that reached larger, even much larger populations of 1 million or more before London. I counted 10 such cities: Alexandria, Rome, Constantinople, Baghdad, Cairo, as well as 5 cities, including Beijing, in China. All of them hosted major financial innovations. So is it not possible, indeed likely, that private sector was involved in property development to house the booming populations and shape public spaces in these cities before London? And if so, is it possible that these innovations have influenced developments in 17th century London, as they probably, I think, circulated in the Silk Road network, trade network, connecting London with the Middle East, and China via cities of Renaissance Italy, like Florence and Venice. So there are other potentially missing links in the story. By the 17th century, Amsterdam took over the baton of the leading financial center in Europe from Antwerp, which in turn superseded Bruges and Venice, which were dominant in the 16th century. Florence, Venice, Antwerp are mentioned in the book. Amsterdam, I don't think it is. So my question is, wasn't the development of London real estate influenced by the role of Amsterdam as the beehive of financial innovation, with its own stupendous property development during the 17th century, and also by the Anglo-Dutch personal union that followed the Glorious Revolution in 1688. The book says that London, with rising agglomeration of migrants, flourishing intellectual activities, variety of skills, capabilities, and focus on financial transactions, was ideal for the emergence of the early real estate developers. I agree, but so was Amsterdam, maybe before London. Another missing link that could be explored, building on this wonderful work, is the role of offshore finance, corruption and illicit finance, the dark side of things. The book touches on it when it mentions the plague of unoccupied luxury condos. But when I think about the globalization of real estate that Richard mentioned and Manuel in the Q&A 10 minutes ago, it takes me all the way to the boardwalk in Miami Beach, overshadowed by high-rise residential blocks, which get totally dark in the evening because nobody lives there. When you read about it, majority of multi-million-dollar condos in Miami Beach are purchased with cash, often, I bet, produced out of a suitcase, with few or no questions asked by Miami realtors and lawyers. So there's much more work to be done on the abuse of tax laws, the use and abuse of trusts, secrecy in private property development. On this note, it's interesting to read in the book about the 17th century Bedfords and Southamptons invested in the Bermuda Company. Back then, it was obviously about exploration, trade, and slavery thrown in for good measure. Now it's about another form of colonialism, using Bermuda trusts, other legal vehicles to establish and prolong modern English and other dynasties. So questions can be asked both about the origins and the impacts of private property development in 17th century London that the book focuses on. The book states that the model of private urban development that started in London spread across the Anglo-American world, and with only the slightest legal and economic modifications has been embraced by formerly non-capitalist economies and other governmental systems. But perhaps what I said about my Polish perspective on these things, this statement is exaggerated. What, for example, about the lack of trust as a legal construct in civil law countries? What about traditions, cultures, institutions of property development, which had suddenly been established in many countries for centuries and do not change so easily? And there are vested interests involved in their reproduction. Now, one of the paradoxes of real estate globalization, highlighted by this book so well, is that this globalization has happened without much standardization of property development as a sector or a profession. So the book describes that the relative lack of professional association or regulation of practitioners for the development activity continues today. And this may be related, I think, to the often observed low standards and also corruption. While we read about professionalization of architects, so think of Inigo Jones in 17th century London, property developers escape simple categorizations. They are entrepreneurs, they are professionals, financiers, and more at the same time. You may want to think or not to think about Donald Trump. I leave that to you. Interestingly, in the context of real estate, as part of the financial and professional services complex, property development is probably one of the areas where the role of Big Four companies has been minimal. Big Four are advisors on absolutely anything and everything, even underwriters of financial deals. But I think that real estate seems to be the market they have difficulty getting into. And this maybe says something interesting about the sector. So the book stimulated me hugely to reflect on topics which are obviously beyond the scope of the book itself. What about sustainable real estate development? There are mentions of ESG, but what about green bonds, impact investing in relation to real estate? In addition to community impacts of real estate, we have to consider global externalities to add to what Manuel was talking about. For example, for climate, you know, a ton of CO2 emitted from a building contributes to the global emissions with global impacts. What about diversity? I guess real estate development is male dominated with major consequences on its modus operandi. Many of the characters in the book itself are Oxbridge educated white English males. And what about technology, including PropTech, smart cities, and Internet of Things? Internet of Things in particular makes buildings and real estate tools of surveillance. So further multiplies the dilemmas and trade-offs involved in property development, as if it wasn't convoluted and complex enough already. And what about COVID-19 impact? So given the likely lower demand for office space, higher demand for residential building, and change in the nature of what is sought after. So to move towards finishing here, I'm absolutely fascinated by Patrice's motivation, as she explained, and interest for this book, and her interest in real estate teaching, and the potential impact this book can have on teaching programs. I believe, as a financial geographer, that we also need to teach geographers more on real estate proper. I'm sure Manuel does. Personally, I'll never walk in Covent Garden or Bloomsbury again without thinking about property development. And I will thank Patrice for that. I hope to take my students on a field trip there. Interestingly, the leading property development companies in the UK are still headquartered exactly between the city and Westminster. So, you know, 350 years later to the events described in the book. Brookfield, Prologis, Welltower, Segro, Land Securities, the list goes on, all there. And the book is a reminder that financial geography is not only about spatializing finance, but about financializing space, about financial production of space. So I really also love Patrice's use of a quote from David Harvey, that money may be, as the moralists have it, the root of all evil, yet it appears also as the unique means of doing good. I haven't seen many people quoting that from David Harvey. So on this parting note, I just want to say, maybe the book is also, or should also be, a call for or the moral philosophy of real estate. Real estate is long-term in nature, changing communities and societies in the process. As such, it requires long-term commitments, not a word used often in economics. In the world where people use finance to turn these long-term commitments into short-term liquid money-like claims to make it like money, basically, when people use law to rubber stamp such financial transformations in the form of contracts, and when people use accounting to obsess with short-term mark-to-market valuation, and the government quietly approves or even promotes all of these processes, the long-term commitment may go missing or goes missing. And the result maybe a short-term quest for quantity and superficial appearance. So my question is, can we have finance, law, accounting, and government working towards more long-term objectives of real estate? I put it to everyone here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I wondered if Patrice, you might have some comments in response.
Oh, I would just, I'm so thankful to Darius for expanding just my sort of meager exploration of this to all of those key things that we are challenged with today. And I hope that there's, thank you. I am already making ideas for projects to continue that myself. So thank you very, very much. And that's the whole point of opening up this, doing the open kimono of what real estate development is about, to say, where can we go from here? Thank you.
Could I ask a question, Derek? Why do you think, you make a point about real estate development in Western cities to be, in a sense, underdeveloped in terms of the institutions or organizations that would have otherwise cornered the market, say, for example, in power generation or even retail for that matter? Why do you think the property market, or indeed the building market, is so fractured and fragmented?
Right. So in general, or in relation to other geographies, other than Western Europe?
Well, why don't you start with respect to Western Europe? And indeed, you're sort of making the contrast between whole industries in the UK being incredibly sort of, there are dominant firms. Why aren't there dominant firms in property in real estate markets in the UK?
So first, what I wanted to say is that where some of my comments come from. So I've been studying financial centers for a long time, not particularly focusing on real estate development. And something I confess, and after reading this book, I want to correct. And I'm myself an example how you can kind of easily just kind of make assumptions about the origins of a lot of these financial innovations and developments in Western Europe, sometimes going back to Italy, sometimes going back to classical civilizations. But then, for all kinds of reasons, I've been in recent years, I've been pushed to read more on China from a similar perspective, on India, on Mesopotamia, and so on and so forth, and the role of the Middle East actually in the birth of capitalism itself, and how a lot of ideas that influenced Renaissance Italy, for example, actually came from the fact that also Venice was the terminus of the Silk Road network. So I would just say that I cannot imagine these big cities in other civilizations developing so successfully for centuries and sometimes millennia without some good solutions to the questions that we're asking now in the context of 17th century London or even 21st century Western Europe or America. Okay. I sense there's a huge potential there to learn, and geographers should lead the charge on it.
Okay, so Richard, you're currently occupying an apartment in a building that is otherwise probably fairly empty, according to Derek. What is it about Miami? You're a recent joiner of Miami. Is it actually this coexistence of the occupied and the unoccupied in these buildings that sort of makes the economy work?
Well, partly I live in Toronto, where it gets extraordinarily cold in the winter.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we wanted a little bit of a getaway where things were a little bit warmer and you could have a reprieve. I want to ask Darius, I think he's very spot on this. I want to make just one general comment and ask him a question. First of all, I think this globalization of real estate is happening in real time. And I think you pointed out innovation, property tech, but the aggregation happening with even the big four, the Goldman Sachses, that there is a move now for the Blackstones, the BlackRocks, the Brookfields to acquire lots of smaller players. And it's incredible. Blackstone bought AIG's affordable housing portfolio for $9 billion a couple of months ago. This is happening in real time. And I think you're going to see an industry that is more rationalized and where these players want to get more involved. And you can comment on that, but I have a more specific question along the lines of Gordon's question. I think real estate is really a two hats, a white hat, black hat problem, more so than most other industries. I think there are organizations, you mentioned Brookfield, I think there are large organizations and many of the major pension funds, sovereign wealth funds that Gordon speak about that really want positive impact, ESG, sustainability, affordable housing. But I think there's a horrific dark side, and this is what Gordon was getting at in real estate, where it is a massive vehicle for money laundering. And for all of those, you have the Donald Trumps. And I would just like you to reflect on this issue of not just the bark buildings, but the real estate's role in laundering money. And I think that's an area of capitalism that has been not studied enough empirically or theoretically. Just like you to reflect in a minute on that.
Thank you, Richard.
And you have 1 minute.
1 minute is great. That's all you need.
I think it does seem to me like I've been studying the financial business professional services complex for a long time. And after reading this book, the book confirms my suspicion that real estate is the most opaque of all of these industries. I absolutely agree. And the globalization also it hugely happens now through the real estate investment trusts owned by institutional investors and owning shopping malls and much else globally. I think it's happening at a staggering pace that has to be studied.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Derek. I'm now looking for Sam, and I wondered if Sam.
No, Janelle.
Oh, sorry.
Janelle, yes.
Right, Janelle, okay. Right. I'm looking at a different schedule altogether, but anyway.
Oh, sorry. Janelle?
Wonderful. I'll go ahead and jump right in. So, Patrice, thank you so much. It was such a privilege to read the book and to contribute to this symposium. I think, as the other commentators have said, it really is a remarkable body of work. And for me, I read, although the focus is largely on 16th and 17th century London, I was really fascinated by the earlier origins, or Patrice begins with the kind of classical orientation of land, privatization, and property, and then the moral imperative that's directed through those classical learnings. So I was very deeply impressed by the scope of covering 2,000 years of history in some sense, and then the meticulous detail of the developers of which Patrice wrote. So my commentary is going to focus on these origins, and then also thinking about pathways of development for the future. So let me see, how do I move my screen? Here we go. So Patrice really organized the book around 3 questions. And I think Manuel already noted this in the conclusion. And for me, this was a way to really read and organize and understand the text. And so I also want my commentary to reflect this structure. So how and why did such a model of production emerge when it did and become the dominant mode of urban growth? Why does it take the form it does? And what exactly is that form? And why is this form of economic production so poorly regarded and charged with responsibilities for so many urban ills? Where might improvements be made? So for the first question of how, this is where Patrice delves into the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle. And I think this is kind of fascinating because it's actually, if you go deeper than the neoclassical political economists, this is really where it begins, at least for the Western world. She has this wonderful quote: "The better system is that under which property is privately owned, but is put to common use," a kind of public imperative in the writings of Aristotle, that privatization is the way to maximize the value of land, but it should always have this lean or this direction of facilitating common use. And to that, I think Manuel already commented on this. And I went back to the original thinkings on use and exchange value in Aristotle's writing on the politics, that he identified two uses and didn't exactly identify these as use and exchange, but said one is the proper and the other is the improper or secondary use of anything. And then went on to say that exchange is in fact unnatural, a mode by which men gain in the most hated sort of way, and with the greatest reason, usury, which is gain for money's sake, for money was not intended to be used in exchange, but instead to be put to sort of what he called the management of households. And so I think in this idea of the use value in exchange, there's two really important principles to pick up for understanding land and the privatization of land. One is that there was originally this moral imperative of public good. And throughout the book, Patrice explores that tension. How do you generate a range of different utilities for the use of real estate, but with that always the public amenity? And I think in that moral imperative, Aristotle recognizes that privatization tends towards excess and exclusively private benefit. So I'll come back to this idea in a moment. The second is that in privatization, the land is only realized in its productive use. And to this, I think, is where Aristotle brings the idea of there's the proper and the improper or secondary use of it. This idea that to really fully make benefit of the land, you have to understand and capitalize on its productive use. And so again, I'll come back to that principle, but I think it's really important. To Patrice's question of why maximizing the use of land, here she drew from the Enlightenment philosophers Thomas Hobbes and John Locke, and again, leaned on what is the moral imperative. Land is tied to man's civic responsibilities. There's a natural law embodied in a constitution of a civil power, which provides for the governance of property rather than it's being administered through religious edicts. So there is a public responsibility. And then with Locke, this really interesting principle that first, property not be wasted, but rather through human labor, it be used to create value. And secondly, that the quantum of property in an individual's possession should be limited so that there would be enough as good a quality remaining for others. So in effect, if an individual owned land, enclosed or fenced it, but did not cultivate it or make it productive, Locke argued such land was still to be looked on as waste and might be the possession of any other. And I think this is absolutely a fascinating principle because you can see the positive moral intent in it, that you allow private possession of land, but always with the eye towards making it productive to public benefit. And problematic because it is also the logic, if we look across the colonial world, through which indigenous and other native inhabitants were dispossessed of their land. If they weren't making so-called productive use of it or putting the land to its productive use, there was this inherent argument that it could be better used by the white civilization moving in to occupy the land. The other piece of it that I think is also really fascinating to consider is that the conceptualization of land value is in its nature extractive. It sees only the value or the benefit of exchange value, the private benefit of the land realized through its productive use, and fails to recognize the social costs or the indirect costs that Manuel Albers addressed. So in my own work, I sort of say, well, wait a second, if we look at use and exchange value, we're really only identifying a spatial distinction. To this, we also have to add the temporal distinction. And to the questions of why or what is so unique or special about the developer, I think it's absolutely this. It's the capacity to extract tremendous future potential value of land and represent it in the present. So if we add not just use and exchange, a spatial distinction, but a temporal distinction, and think about value already realized versus value that is potential, we have not just two types of value, but at least four. So use, exchanged, derived, and external. And a lot of my work on carbon markets has been about theorizing externalities and external value. But I think that for the relationships with land, this distinction is also really important. So if value is considered across not only its spatial, but also temporal domains, there are these four types of value, but also there's a recognition that we consider most forms of value as commensurate in exchange, but not all forms of value are equally capable of producing social benefit. The ghost apartments in Miami are a terrific example of this. There is a sort of speculative advantage of storing wealth in these places. But then there's also a distinct difference from the capacity to provide housing for residents in the city that need it. And then to this, I would add a third point, which is the long-term or sustainable value generation must be systematic and consider not just socioeconomic, but also socio-environmental systems in the assumption that land is a commodity. There is this idea that the land is not a living thing. Development proceeds over or on top of or through what is considered to be a static environment. And for a range of reasons, that is incredibly problematic. I thought Manuel Alber's diagram from Fontunen showing the value of different utility of land was really instructive, because you saw at the end of it, the thing of least value was the old growth forest. And there's an incredible kind of arrogance or human perspective that something that takes 500 or more years, an ecosystem of 500 or more years of growth, is worth less than the agricultural product of a season. And so in that, I think you see there's a sort of a missed opportunity to understand and fully realize the capacity of a range of values for a civilization. So moving on from this, I think the third question that Patrice raised about, the problem, why is development so problematic? She identifies from Covent Garden and the development of a range of the 16th and 17th English developers, a very concrete practical model that is established, a four-step model of land development. First, obtain control of the land. 2, calculate value based on possible uses. 3, determine its highest and best economic use. And 4, achieve any necessary legal changes of use to maximize its potential. And then goes on to say that this model, with little alteration, adapts into the present day and then perpetuates not only across the Anglo-Saxon world, but also with slight modification to other geographies around the world. And I agree with Derek's critique that there is obviously there is other influence from other older models and practices of land development. But I think where this is really powerful and potent is in its capacity to generate the logic of settler colonialism. It is something we absolutely see in the North American context. It is the logic that underwrites the history of settler colonialism and land dispossession of millions of indigenous people, not only in the West, but in other colonial states around the world. With it, there's also the challenge of what Patrice identifies as the Faustian bargain. The developer can never stop developing. And so absent ecosystem considerations, relentless development leads to a situation where by virtually every measure, the Earth's biosphere is in decline. I see climate change as symptomatic of that condition, not as an underlying cause. And finally, this third issue, the idea that land is a commodity, this sort of unquestioned assumption, it is a thing to be possessed. Here, I think it's interesting to consider the alternate logics. And for most indigenous cultures, land is not a thing, it is relational. It's not an object of control, but rather an integral entity that sits in relation to the community that inhabits it. And with this, there's a principle of connectivity, the idea everything in the universe is connected. The spirit world is represented in this diagram, is connected to the moral world. The sea is connected to the land. The sky is connected to the ground. Connectivity expresses the ontological foundations of indigenous society, the connections that people have to their communities, their traditional territories, and the ecosystems on the land. And so in this idea, it's not an argument that we can undo 300 years of history and go back to where we began, but it is this idea that we need to return to the principle that land exists in reciprocity. It is a living system. It provides the resources a community needs, but only if they carefully steward and renew the land. All right, and so I think, it's difficult, again, to conceptualize this in the context of modern capitalism of cities that are already established. Where it becomes more promising is when confronting climate change and the reality that 80% of human population lives on the coast, and that in the next century, these cities, these settlements will have to be radically transformed. These are a few images from the recent storm, Hurricane Ida, that hit New York and showcased the absolute vulnerability of the infrastructure, because again, it was built with this assumption it exists over a static environment. The land on which it resides, the natural environment, is a thing that sits in opposition rather than in relation. I wanted to briefly, in the commentary, I talked through the Boston Seaport District case because I think this is emblematic of so many of the principles that Patrice describes in her book. You see here a sign, it's just for the last 20 years been a place of incredible productivity and development. But in envisioning what the developer always envisions for the city, you have these beautiful green spaces. You see kind of the ideal of the public domain that's never actually fully realized in the city. So the Boston Seaport, this is an aerial view of the city. It's a 1,000-acre low-lying, actually built on backfilled land, post-industrial area just east of downtown Boston. It's a site that's been built on landfill. Historically, it was used for fishing piers and then for a range of industrial activities. And by the 1990s was quite dilapidated. So as the city cleaned up the harbor, built infrastructure to connect the transit and roadways to connect this region, developers began to realize there could be potential use. So a tremendous amount, billions of dollars from the 1990s of both private and public investment has been poured into the Seaport District. Originally, this was planned as a mixed-use neighborhood for families with parks and other public amenities. In 2010, it was rechristened as the Innovation District because, again, here is the highest extractive value of the property. So the intrinsic benefits, it was meant to create construction jobs, new tax revenue. It was also meant to have a housing linkage, job training linkage, on-site affordable housing, and to connect to the regions surrounding it. And then there were a range of negotiated public benefits in the plan, including a tremendous amount of public open space, of civic and cultural buildings, public access and recreation, of a diverse neighborhood, and then water activation and transportation. And over time, you see how this beautiful vision of what the seaport could be evolves into something that's quickly adapted and acquired by elite tech and life sciences, businesses, luxury offices, apartments, and restaurants. It now has the highest median household income in all of Boston. It's predominantly white, like 89% white, exacerbating longstanding issues in the city of segregation. So here you see one of the 2-bedroom luxury flats that's recently sold for nearly $2 million. And then I think the other really important consideration is, what does this mean for the future? The seaport is being built on land that under climate projections will be underwater by end of century. And developers have been aware of this. They are building despite the fact, because they assume two things. One, they will acquire the return on their investment long before this problem becomes a reality. So it's not really their problem. And in any case, it is a challenge that will be addressed in some way by government intervention. So there's a range of different ideas or plans about what sea level rise means for the harbor. Here's a vision of this massive harbor wall system, including an outer wall, an harbor island wall, and then an inner city wall that could be built. And a recent study by the Kirschen Lab in UMass Boston has demonstrated that across all parameters, environmental, economic, cultural, this piece of infrastructure is unviable. So in effect, there isn't really a plan to confront sea level rise and to deal with this challenge. So in sum, looking at what Darrington wrote, Patrice Darrington, wrote, and thinking about the takeaways, for me, I think there's a remarkable history and a remarkable set of principles to study and understand. But in thinking about the origins of development, there's also this realization that the development of past centuries will not adequately confront the challenges of the next century. So we need more considered plans, not just for the city of Boston, but for other cities that will face the same challenges, for thinking about the relationship between the built environment and its natural ecosystems, for ways of addressing systemic inequities and vulnerabilities, and then limiting development in high-risk areas so that we accept planned sea level rise rather than trying to build infrastructure that is unlikely to be viable in the long term. All right, so I'll leave it at that and open it up to questions. Thank you so much. It was really a pleasure to read this work.
Janelle, thank you very much for your comments. Insightful as usual. And I might encourage those who get a chance to read Janelle's commentary about the case study about Boston. It was I thought, very revealing. We've got, dare I say, 10 minutes till we have a break, as I understand it. Am I right, team?
Yes, perfect.
Patrice is nodding her head. Excellent. I wondered if other speakers might have comments or thoughts in reaction to Janelle before I pass it over to Patrice. Silence is golden. Patrice, over to you.
Right. Well, I'll kick off then. I'm sure, hopefully, even some folks, if you have questions, just please post them on the Q&A. We would love to, not have you take advantage of this opportunity to ask something directly of Janelle's wonderful work. But I very much appreciate your ability to utilize what I've revealed in terms of motivations of land use and exchange and so on. What we have done, as you say, is arrogantly take that as being a right to any land that we land on or that we arrive on. This is going back to the indigenous aspect. And in fact, I was raised by a mother who was a historian of Aboriginal art. And she always said to us, they do not own their land. They do not believe that anyone should own their land. They themselves, the Aboriginal people who are indigenous to Australia, and in fact, often nomadic, they just see themselves as responsible for the stewardship in return for the livelihood that it provides. No one ever would dare to have a right to own it. So very interesting. And, of course, we've all, ignored that at great tragedy. But thank you for bringing that up. I know she will be very touched to hear your affirmation of that. Richard, Florida.
Yeah, thank you, Janelle. That was just unbelievable. And again, for me, just incredibly instructive, and I learned a ton. I have a really basic, almost dumb question for you, which I think you would be able to answer better than just about anyone else I've heard speak. A couple of times we've touched upon the growth of real estate interest, both from the development community, but also from the investor community in things we would lump as ESG, impact investing, or sustainable development goals. And I myself have been asked by real estate developers to comment on that, help them formulate plans. I see that Mark Carney The former governor of the Bank of England is now a vice president at Brookfield, by the way, a Toronto-based company that operates in all these major markets. He's joined them as a vice president, I think, or vice chairman in charge of impact or sustainability. I wonder what you make of all of this. Is this for real? Is this partly for real and partly, people trying to bolster their image, so-called greenwashing? If it's not for real, can it be a trend for the good? In other words, is it something that governments or other regulatory bodies, whether national or local or global, can enforce, or investors? Is there something, is there a there or not much at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fantastic question, Richard. And I think maybe it's all of those things. Is it, what is the motivation? I do think for work that I did several years ago, documenting systems of mitigation around the world and how markets, emissions markets are established. I interviewed financiers and developers and regulators. And, often middle-aged white male professional service operators in different capacities. And it was fascinating because it was almost as though they had this sort of, the religious or spiritual journey that had brought them into the ESG sector, into this idea of green finance, where they'd had a very productive career in traditional finance and then realized they'd had children or grandchildren and realized they wanted to leave something else for the future. And so I think that motivation, or this realization that there is a tremendous problem and a need to generate both social and environmental wealth or benefit is real. In terms of the mechanisms, again, this is where, and I apologize, I probably felt rushed for time, so fully explain this. But I think one of the challenges is this assumption that everything is commensurate in exchange, and particularly the idea of what I call derivative value, derived value, this idea that you can extract potential value, options, swaps, derivatives, so much of finance, and make it present, make it realized in present terms. And so what I'm finding with carbon markets and with other forms of externalities, or external finance, it's this idea that, again, the path towards achieving green objectives is to creating a price system, creating exchange value for those environmental parameters. And I think that thoroughly misunderstands the nature of use and exchange value, and of external value as something sustained through use, not through exchange. So it's less about, I think, a sort of malicious intent or malicious motivation, and just a failure of modern economists or even historical, orthodox or classical economists to properly theorize the nature of value and to really consider the dynamics of spatial and temporal connotation.
Can I just
Beautifully said, agree 100%.
Can I just catch up on that a little bit? I've been very interested in this question about why ESG has got out ahead of public regulators. In the US, through the previous administration, for example, they wanted to outlaw ESG. They wanted to stop pension funds using ESG. And there was somewhat of a constituency in the finance industry in Wall Street to do that, but it wasn't very loud. And in fact, actually, when you look at who's peddling ESG, it's often finance companies looking for an edge in a market, which they think is evolving and growing. And we know everyone wants to be in a growth market. A declining market's not great. Likewise, carbon, and likewise, power stations, systems of energy generation that rely on fossil fuel. I would have thought COP26 was the death knell for fossil fuel energy generation. And it's not that anything was decided, but it was the direction of travel. And the direction of travel now is, of course, we'd better get out before we get caught, if you like, with our hands in the till, if you like, on carbon. So there's a sort of a momentum that is, I think, has taken the politicians by surprise. I'm shocked, actually, in the UK that Boris Johnson is interested in the environment. You know, there's no evidence that he is, but it's that sort of sense that the politicians are on the back foot, finance industry is on the front foot, but they're doing it because they don't want to be caught short, that is holding. At the same time, they want a market edge looking forward. Are they genuinely ESG, you know, heart on heart? Only when they put their head on the pillow and think, I made a lot of money today. That's a bit cynical.
Yeah,
That's
no,
too cynical, though.
I think it absolutely is business interest. And this is where the short-termism is so critical, because if 20 years ago you could have known Google is the great, you know, company, or Tesla is the, you know, you could have this foresight to know what's the next innovation, you would absolutely invest there if you could see that in the future. We know renewable, and we know there's going to be an energy transformation. You know, we absolutely, if we think into the 21st century, we're not going to be producing on coal and petroleum. And yet there is this latent inability to capture that advantage because there's the incapacity to think long term and to realize those gains across the long term, that the short term, the present, always overrides those considerations. And so I think, you know, the business community is starting to move on mitigation. They are realizing the advantages of energy transformation for mitigation. But
they also don't want to be caught holding an asset that's going to bleed on them. So there's that sort of sense of, gee, you know, if I don't move now, when am I going to move? And do I want to be late or do I want to be early? Where's the payoff, if you like?
Right. And to extract as much value out of the conventional energy economy as they can before it's over. Yeah. What everybody is missing is the rate of adaptation, even at the COP, this sort of, you know, there's an undertone or an undercurrent among developing countries, among the youth, or non-conventional, non-state actors. But I doing work with tribes in Louisiana, even over the last 3 years, I've studied, as you know, Gordon, for 20 years from an academic standpoint, climate change. Absolutely astounded visiting Louisiana and seeing what is happening to these communities on the ground. We are in the present losing that coastline. It's absolutely devastated by each subsequent year of storms. Ida destroyed thousands of communities, and we're not seeing that because it wasn't, you know, one big flashy city. It is a reality that we're going to be confronting around the world. Everyone is confronting. And I think, you know, Manuel alluded to this in his talk. The value of real estate doesn't exist in a bubble. It is subject not only on its neighbors and its external conditions, but it's based on its socio-political, cultural stability. Climate change is going to undermine that for everyone. And so while we have this opportunity to be thinking about adaptation and development, we absolutely need to be doing that now before we have mass migration of millions of people, cities around the world destroyed. And I know that sounds alarmist, but I think it's just being realistic about what is coming.
Okay, now, thank you very much. It's been fantastic. Let me
hold on. Sorry, good. We do have one question. Do we think we could just have Harpreet Gill asks Janelle, tax revenues were labeled as you labeled them as intrinsic. The question is, they're curious, Harpreet is curious about how that choice was made, obviously between intrinsic or extrinsic.
Yeah, and I'm apologies. I'm not sure if internal or external maybe was the question, is not seeing tax revenues as external. So apologies. I'm not sure I'm catching the reference. So for the sake of time, I'll give that question some consideration and can add something to the chat. So thank you very much.
Okay, Patrice. It is 3:30 in the afternoon, my time. It is
And it's 10:30.
10:30 in the morning,
Yes.
your time.
Yes.
We have a break now until 11 a.m. your time,
Mhm.
4 o'clock my time. I keep saying these things just to remind me. So shall we get together again 5 minutes before start?
That would be excellent. If folks don't mind, we will then have our fabulous Sam Chandran, who is the dean of the School of, the New York University Schack Institute of Real Estate, and also a very renowned speaker globally about the pandemic and its aspects or its impact on real estate and so on. So we shall look forward to seeing Sam then and seeing you all back at 11 Eastern Standard Time, or whatever that means, wherever you are. Thank you. Hi, Gordon. All good? I
Right,
can't.
you're
There you
right.
are. There you are. Good, good. Thank you, thank you. All right. Well, in a minute, Sam's there. I'll just give him a heads up.
Good. Do you want to introduce him, or do you want to introduce Sam, Richard, and Rachel? Is that valuable or not?
Well, I think, look, I'll just introduce Sam. Hi, Sam. There he is. Hi.
How are you?
Because
Hi, Sam.
I've known him, and we share real estate.
Yes, we do.
Do you?
Real estate, exactly. So
What, you in the same building? Oh my God.
Not quite.
Not quite.
But,
Not far. Patrice, are you in your office today?
Yes, but we are sympathetic of our graduate students who are not who are on strike. So that's why we're not doing it in person. So anyway, all right.
Well,
Well,
they're striking against. Sorry.
the university's harsh treatment.
Oh, right.
Yes,
Gosh.
All right.
So
Yeah.
I think Patrice and I are actually the only two that are probably on Columbia's campus right now. So I don't know if you saw on my note that I actually am in a faculty apartment on campus. So I'm just behind the library.
Very good. Wonderful. Well, it's very pretty here. So so let's get to it. I would love very much welcome back, folks, and thank you. And I would like to introduce my very well-known colleague, the Larry and Clara Silverstein, Professor of Real Estate and the Academic Dean at the New York University Schack Institute of Real Estate. Sam, welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here, very flattered by the invitation to join you. And it was such a thrill for me to read the book. The thing I'd start by saying is that because I imagine this is something on the minds of a lot of people here who are both presenting and tuning in. For me, Patrice, it's been a very long time since I've encountered a book, particularly one as substantial as this, that I would even consider, assigning to my students to read. But this is one of those lucky times where, every page I turned, I couldn't help but think to myself how well that particular chapter or that particular passage or graphic would fit into something I'm doing next semester. And I very self-servingly am hopeful that either you or a group of us perhaps will develop some teaching materials that can go along with the book to facilitate our being able to leverage it with our students. I think Larry said at the outset this morning that it sort of has that rare combination of being so eminently readable, but also so scholarly, and really filling an incredible gap that has persisted for so long in our historical understanding. And it really is one of those things where absent this book, certainly I learned so much. And by the way, I've been taking notes all morning. But a lot of this, I think, absent the book would be sort of lost to the next generation of real estate and urban students. So very grateful for again, I think what folks have described as a labor of love in creating this. And it wasn't lost on me that you've got sort of Mark Holliday's new tower, One Vandy, right there on the cover. So the other thing that I'd like to comment on briefly, because the conversations that we've already had this morning have been so interesting to tune into. I think just before the break, Gordon and Janelle and Richard we're chatting a little bit about ESG. And for folks who maybe are in other parts of the world and not as familiar with the real estate landscape and sort of collection of players here in New York, between Patrice's program and mine, our board members and benefactors probably own almost all of the Class A properties in town. So we have sort of this handle on the on the thought process and the thinking of a lot of people that sort of fall into sort of the institutional segment of the market. Certainly, there are there's an incredible need for and a lot of attention to segments of the market that are not as institutional, outside of the REIT space, outside of securitization of debt. Sort of in areas related to workforce and affordable housing, which sort of only more recently, I think, has sort of taken on a more institutional flavor. But by virtue of many of these conversations, I think one of the things that really comes to mind for me is that a sort of reflection on sort of what folks were describing just before the break, real estate being a little bit ahead, certainly in the United States, of sort of where we see policy. And I would, looking at the examples of other countries, I would speculate that, and I'm not a political scientist by any stretch, but I would speculate part of that has to do with the current state of the sort of the political dialogue in the United States. And are being in a place now where, whether you agree with the policy priorities or not, issues related to climate change, the environment, equity in cities, are clearly higher priorities than they might have been, 2 or 3 years ago. And again, I'm not not casting aspersions on folks who might sort of think that the current environment is worse or better than where we were. But certainly we've been in a place where building a national consensus around issues related to ESG has been very, very difficult. And there's been a sort of a geographic element to it, where in some parts of the country, there has been a sort of a different sensibility around this. Now, Richard describing Toronto was very, very cold. I would remind him that he is quite close to the US border and that there's an entire country north of him that's even colder. But being a Canadian myself, I will pitch in for a warmer jacket for him because Toronto's quite livable. But I think when we're looking at the issues that Janelle and Gordon were describing, I do agree that while on an individual basis, it may be the case that there are folks within the real estate industry that Patrice and I and others know that may have very strong feelings about the importance of prioritizing issues related to ESG. When we look at sort of the way that business decisions and investment decisions are being made, and I think Janelle described it as sort of a business imperative and a business decision for how people are pursuing things. It reminds me of LEED certification, perhaps 10 years ago, where it wasn't necessarily the case that the investors, whether they be domestic or non-US, bringing capital to the United States, were prioritizing sort of the importance of green building at that point in time, but certainly we're thinking, given their longer investment time horizons, around the liquidity of those assets. And the whether or not there would be a richer, deeper, more liquid market for assets that were LEED certified simply because of the signaling mechanism, completely independent of the the energy efficiencies that it might represent. So I think there is an element of this that is sort of market responsive. What do folks who are developing think that or feel that sort of tenants want? What do their investors want? Certainly folks for whom some of their capital is coming from pension funds or from outside the United States are having to be mindful of those issues as well. Government contracts or government tenancy is going to play a role over here. But I think a lot of it is market responsiveness, factoring in the longer time horizon, and there are people having to think ahead. If I own this asset for 10, 15, 20 years, what is my exit? What is the attractiveness of the asset on an operating basis to tenants? Maybe not today, but down the road. That being said, I think we also see that there are a range of interpretations around sort of what constitutes ESG and just how far folks are willing to go. And so that continues to present an issue for us. One of the things that places like Hudson Yards, One Vanderbilt, Scott Reckler's new building at Grand Central come to mind. World Trade Center properties downtown, certainly. We do see sort of some unevenness in the burden of meeting those goals, where relatively newer properties are going to be in a privileged position in meeting sort of ESG goals, just by design, and whether it be sort of energy efficiency, spaces that are conducive to the health and well-being of people that are working in those spaces, the ability to provide green spaces and terraces. In a lot of these buildings, if you haven't visited One Vanderbilt, please, folks, when you're in New York, you don't want to miss the opportunity. It's an extraordinary asset. But it does raise the question of the most visible participants in the market, are going to be in a very different situation, face a very different set of constraints in meeting those goals as compared to the investor that owns or is left holding the B or C asset, the office building that was built sort of in the pre-war environment. And I think we're far enough along now that I have to clarify for my students, when I say pre-war, I mean the Second World War. So all of this becomes really important for us. I'm really interested in hearing what other folks today have to say about it. I'm going to share a brief deck. I didn't want to overlap with some of the commentary from earlier this morning, and so I'm focusing my comments on a slightly different aspect of the discussion in the book, and it dovetails with an area of great interest for me in the realm of public health. And this was really instructive for me as I was reading through the text, and I've included a couple of, I've sort of pulled out a couple of examples here from Patrice's writing. It was well known that the use of coal for domestic purposes brought smog conditions for many months of the year and encouraged London's wealthier inhabitants to move westwards. There are a range of, or a number of different sort of references to that interaction between health and well-being, and perhaps sort of in the early 17th century, not cast in the frame of or through the lens of overall public health, as much as sort of individual households optimization of their behaviors, but the interaction between the built environment and outcomes for both individuals and for and for communities sort of has been a feature of the real estate markets going right back. In some cases, sort of I pulled some quotes from the preface of the text that go back to Roman times. And I think that we are at a point in the market today, and in part it has been motivated by the more robust conversation around ESG. Part of it relates to sort of our response to the pandemic and our thinking about how we might need to do things differently. The clear observation of disparities in outcomes, for households, in some cases that are at a minimum correlated with where they live and their living conditions, how they work, but also differences emerging, across sort of systemically important cities around the world, depending upon how they're built, sort of how people access the transportation network. I think it is underappreciated that there is a deep connection between public health and the built environment. And again, it was very instructive for me to read the text and to see references to this interaction, going back more than 2,000 years, and then sort of in the later parts of the text, to the 16th and 17th century. Another two quick examples. Health governance of the area was outside the jurisdiction of the city and relied totally on overburdened parish officers. Again, sort of a key thing for us here, when we are thinking in a post-pandemic environment around how it is that private real estate investment and development decision-making is shaped by or interacts with issues around the externalities associated with private development, or the need for collaboration and partnership with public entities. And I think sort of Hudson Yards is an example of this. Someone mentioned sort of the infrastructure around Hudson Yards. I think we can all agree with that, the 7-line extension. And again, for those who are not as familiar with New York, a real lack of subway access historically, on the far west side in the neighborhood of Hudson Yards, and so a critical element of this being sort of the public expansion of the subway system, so that if you come into Grand Central, you could immediately hop on the 7 train, and now the 7 train will take you right to the heart of Hudson Yards. Arguably, Hudson Yards would not be viable in the absence of that investment having been made, and certainly sort of speaks to the locational advantage of a building like One Vanderbilt, where you don't need to hop on the 7 train. You can just exit from Grand Central and you're right there. But this issue, around sort of, where does the jurisdiction and responsibility lie for thinking about how the interaction of the built environment and public health are ultimately driving outcomes for households in an environment that is more attuned to ESG and the importance of equity in outcomes, in an urban setting where we see a disproportionate number of income constrained families, becomes, I think, critically important for us, because this question, 400 years later, has not been entirely resolved. And sort of we're at a place now where I think the absence of coordination, between public health authorities and private real estate development firms is still sort of a stark reality for us. Finally, then, they wish to avoid the unhealthy, crowded, and dirty conditions of the city and to locate in the salubrious emerging suburbs of to the west. I think what this captures for me also is that while we often will think of that interaction between public health and development as being conditions in the environment, in the natural environment, or in the urban environment, impacting people's location preferences and decisions about where to live, that there's significant endogeneity here. And what we know is that it's not only that, there's, that example of coal, and air quality in 1603 is so prescient, because you can go to the BBC's website today and read about exactly that same set of conditions in New Delhi, India. But I think what we see here is that while individuals and households may make decisions about where to locate based on the quality of the environment around them, what we also see is that the nature of the investments we make in the environment is driving the public health outcomes as well. Now, why does this become important for us? And I wanted to give this one example. It's a little bit further along, in 1854, but the origins of our thinking about sort of that formal discipline within public health of epidemiology, were also just around the corner from sort of a lot of what sort of a lot of the projects and history that Patrice is describing. And so the gentleman who was considered sort of the father of, or the originator of field epidemiology, John Snow, in 1854 was conducting field research during sort of a cholera epidemic in London. And in the Golden Square neighborhood was actually looking quite specifically, at this one neighborhood. He mapped out each one of these dots, if you're able to see them clearly enough, represents sort of a household with incidence of cholera, and was able to see that there was a clear density pattern here, and the density of cholera increased in proximity to water pump A on Broad Street in London. And I think, again, what this highlights for us is that there are going to be associations. I think one of the big things that I know Richard and others have written about and discussed over the course of the pandemic is that we should not make the mistake of associating density with severity of epidemics or infectious disease. There are other intermediate causal drivers. So density, for all of the things that we know are wonderful about scale and agglomeration, density ultimately also leads to some other feature of the built environment that is a facilitator of disease or negative outcomes. But what that means for us, and this is for me sort of a conceptually absolutely critical point, density at this point in our history is perceived very, very negatively. I think sort of that's one of the outcomes of the pandemic. But in helping people to think about how the connection between density and health outcomes is intermediated by other factors or features of the built environment. Like, are we keeping that pump filtered or clean? Are we ensuring that there isn't sort of garbage being collected nearby? These things become very, very important for us in thinking about how we can mitigate some of the risks associated with density and ultimately arrive in a place where some of that negative stereotyping around dense urban areas is better understood. Now, this does become, I think, important for us, and it's a real takeaway for me from Patrice's work, because we're at a period in time where, after 100 years of seeing improvements in outcomes for how it is that people fare from a health perspective in the urban environment, we now find ourselves in a situation where probably over the last, I'd say, 20 years, we've seen something of a reversal there. Part of that reversal is related to what we refer to as zoonoses. And so about 60% of all emergent infectious diseases that we will be able to catalog are animal in origin. And what we're going to see here, and again, it's that endogeneity in public health outcomes impacting the built environment, but the built environment impacting public health outcomes. What we're going to see here is that much of the reason why we have seen an increase in the rate or frequency of emergent respiratory diseases, SARS, MERS, COVID, is going to be related to issues of urban development and development overall. And I think, Gordon, I just have a couple of minutes left here, if that's right.
You could see me creeping up on you. That's
yeah. So in short, I'll simply say that there's a considerable body of research work that's been done to identify, how it is that changes in the way that we are developing the intensity of development activity, when it is not tempered by sort of an appreciation for that intermediation between density and disease outcomes, is allowing for those disease outcomes to increase in frequency. And so identifying sort of what that intermediation is so that we can mitigate it becomes critically important. And it was just so instructive for me to see in Patrice's book that there were references to this going back very, very far. For those of us briefly who may be thinking of the critical conditions, or the necessary conditions for the emergence of a new zoonotic disease, being something that it happens very far away. You can see here on this map, certainly the critical the necessary conditions, unsurprisingly, South Asia, Asia Pacific. But what you can also see here is that those necessary conditions exist in a very concentrated area in the northeast of the United States, along the Northeast corridor, and in parts of Europe as well. So there's something that we need to be mindful of. The last piece of this is that while coming out of the pandemic, we are acutely focused on the need for pandemic response and to be better prepared for the next time something like this happens. As far as the relationship to the built environment goes, what we also know is that the United States and many other advanced economies over the last 100 years have experienced what we refer to as an epidemiological transition. And by that, I mean that we've moved from a scenario where most people, when they die, die of some kind of infectious disease. If you look at this chart, and I don't know how clearly you're able to see it, the big killers are going to be diphtheria, gastrointestinal infections, tuberculosis, pneumonia. We didn't live long enough or have a good enough control over many of these diseases prior to the introduction of antibiotics to actually die of the things that kill us now. And so while mortality rates have declined overall, what we also see is that infectious diseases, while the idea of Ebola or COVID might frighten us, and there's a clear sense that there's an increasing frequency, ultimately the things that are killing us are cancer and heart disease and diabetes. And this becomes, again, another critically important part of our thinking about the built environment. What this chart shows, and Gordon, I promise is my closing one, is that this is a map of percentage of the population in the United States that lives within half a mile of a local state or national park. what we do know from the research is that proximity, when we're thinking about the built environment, proximity to well-developed, usable public spaces, as was reinforced by the pandemic, is actually quite critical to the public health outcomes that we observe. And so our thinking very holistically about this relationship as part of the built environment, the need for public spaces, access to transportation, good quality public schools, how it is that we might think about directing some of the largesse of the Build Back Better Act, becomes sort of a critically important piece of this conversation. One of my key and many takeaways from Built Up is that this has been an issue that has remained underappreciated in our thinking about the built environment, going back to the Roman times. So Patrice, I think we all owe you a great debt of gratitude for your work. And again, I greatly appreciate the opportunity to join you today.
Great. Thank you very much, Sam. I'm conscious that my fellow participants might want to have a question, or Patrice, you might want to have a brief response. We've got...
Well, no, thank you, Sam. The critical analysis is perfect, and Covent Garden, of course, renowned for its public open space, provided by a private owner, and continues to be. So, but Richard, Florida.
Sam, nicely done and great to see you. I guess my question to you is, given your role, one about public health and the contemporary scene. Why do you think that we have what I would call an ironic, if not counterintuitive, if not insane thing happening in the United States principally? I don't think it's happening in France. I don't think it's happening in England. I don't think it's happening in Canada, where the places that have done the best at protecting themselves from this virus, New York, San Francisco, that have had the most stringent public health measures, are the places that either rightly or wrongly are speculated to be seeing the greatest outmigration. And one hypothesis I have is that Americans are uniquely crazy. Who was it? What's his name? Marty Lipset always said the best thing you can do by moving to Canada as an American is come to understand your country. You could say that Americans are uniquely insane, or you can say that Americans put an incredible value on liberty. And I'm not just talking about Trumpers or populists, that Americans put an incredible value. I'm not saying this is right, put an incredible value on liberty and don't want anyone telling them anything else. But I just find it very interesting that the places that have done probably the most to protect their people with regard to public health have seen arguably large outmigrations, and those outmigrations have gone to the places that have done the worst, whether that be Florida, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Palm Beach, Texas, Houston, Dallas. I just wondered if you had a reaction to that, or rightly or wrongly.
Absolutely. It's not just the pandemic when we talk about people migrating to some of the places that have performed quite poorly. I think to Janelle's point earlier, folks are also migrating to some of the places that are at the greatest risk from climate change. And so while we profess to care deeply about ESG, we for both firms and individual households, we don't always see that concern and that commitment reflected in people's location preferences and decisions. I would suggest that there's two things. One, a broad misperception about the role and contribution of density, where we don't see the intermediate factors in the United States, and part of that reflects people's reading of New York having been hit hardest first, and just simply assuming that must be a function of density. The other, to round it out, is that I think what the pandemic has done, and this is unrelated to the disease issues and the public health issues, is shown for many people that they have the ability to exercise some kind of geographic autonomy in work. And so the issue that is vexing New York and Boston and some others is not really density in the pandemic in some of these cases. It's that we are fiscally inefficient. And in terms of what the contributors to the cost of being located in these high agglomeration locations, whether it be local fiscal policy, the taxes that are being levied, issues around the quality of life and quality of infrastructure. I'm done. It's a tough place to live. Thanks, Gordon.
My word. Thanks very much. Really a tour de force, Sam. A tour de force. It was really impressive. Now, Jerry's got his hand up, but I'm afraid Jerry.
No, please let him. Jerry, please jump in. Rick Pizer's here. Hi, Rick. Do you mind a minute or so?
Well, just
1 minute.
Thanks.
I can do it in 1 minute.
Yeah,
come on, Jerry, go for it.
Off you go,
Okay,
Jerry.
2 quick comments. One on Richard's comment about people moving out of San Francisco and New York. For San Francisco, for example, they didn't move out of the Bay Area. They just moved to cheaper apartments further out because they were working from home. So I'm not sure that it was they wanted freedom rather than lower rents for the year that they were out. And second comment on the map, which I thought was really significant about open spaces relative. I think one needs to dig down a little deeper. So for example, in Los Angeles, you have high proximity to open spaces, lots of open spaces in the mountains that run through the city, but you don't have transportation from the lower income neighborhoods to those open spaces. So they could be 100 miles away as opposed to the 10 miles that they are. I did that
Thanks,
in 1
Jerry.
minute, right, Gordon?
Look, beautiful. Yeah, we like both comments, don't we, Sam? Sam, quick.
Yep.
Quick.
Totally agree. I think what we see is that in a lot of cases, the migration is just a little bit further out. If you live in New York, in maximizing your utility function, you need to be close to work because it's costly in terms of time and patience and sanity to be able to have to commute a lot in New York City. But I think what we see is that with people expecting that I'm going to go into the office 3 days a week, 2.5. The geographic radius over which they can optimize their location preference is just wider, and so they're maybe outside the core.
Okay, to someone who follows Zillow and house prices outside of New York City through to the Connecticut border, what we saw was house prices in big blocks, beautiful houses, go up through the pandemic. What we're seeing is them going down on the other side of the pandemic. Interesting moment. People are coming back to the city, Sam. Watch out for them. Okay, thank you very much, Sam. Just super good. And let me pass over to Richard Pizer here?
Richard.
Pizer, sorry.
Welcome, Richard.
Yeah, I'm being English, asking the obvious question, but anyway. So, Richard, over to you.
Well, it's a pleasure to take part in this, and I'm very grateful to Patrice for not only writing a very provocative and thoughtful book, but teeing up a very interesting conversation. And I know I've learned a lot, and I hope others have as well. The current conversation actually tees up what I wanted to focus on, which has to do with, is the pandemic causing a return to urban sprawl? Before I jump into this, let me just say that a few years ago, we did a small research design project on Covent Garden for the owner, which is the big insurance company. And at the time, Covent Garden was actually starting to fall on hard times. The retail was really not in great shape, and they were bemoaning the fact that all the retail around Covent Garden was sort of low-end tourist stuff, and so we were looking at design interventions to take advantage of the wonderful public space around Covent Garden with temporary facilities to really enhance programming, which I think just speaks to how, as Patrice so nicely notes, how these critical center city areas change over time and how they go up and down. But places like Covent Garden will always be very special. And I think the perspective of the forces that cause them to go up or down, as Patrice emphasizes in her book, get to the heart of why all of us urbanologists love the study of cities. So with that brief preamble, let me just jump into a brief presentation on some research that I'm doing right now. Let's see if sharing my screen will work here. And screen 2, so. Whoops. So can people see my screen?
All good. Thanks, Richard.
All good. Okay, thank you. So it happens that urban sprawl has been a topic I've been writing about for a lot of my career, and I was pleased to see with the change from in-migration to out-migration from major cities, that I think this raises the question again, are we seeing a fundamental shift in patterns of migration? And of course, that has huge implications for the future of cities. So as you've noted, there are many stories about people moving to the exurbs and to rural areas. This is brought about by people working from home, the need to commute into the office, either not at all or looking forward 1 or 2 times a week. And the question is this really a fundamental shift in migration patterns? Or is it a natural change as millennials marry, have children, move to the suburbs for schools and to raise their children? So looking back on writings about urban sprawl, it's a very misused term in my view. It's been a catch-all term for everything that's bad about urban growth, including congestion, blight, monotonous urban development, ecological destruction, and so forth. There have been many strategies to try to control urban sprawl. One that I was personally involved in years ago was when Florida passed concurrency legislation that required developers to only develop in those areas that had traffic intersections that were rated A, B, or C, whereas D, E, and F were the too much congestion. And Florida was very surprised to find that instead of pushing development back into the city, it tended to force development even further out because the worst congestion was in the suburbs where and the city where development was occurring. And the way developers could get around this concurrency legislation and fight intersections that were congested was go out to the rural areas. So it actually had a very counterintuitive impact. And often I think that's what happens with urban policies designed to control urban growth. So when you read about sprawling cities today, Ewing and Hamidi point out that Charlotte is competing to be the next Atlanta. And being from Dallas, Dallas has always vied with Atlanta to see who can have the most urban sprawl. Now, we've seen an urban renaissance from 1990 to 2015. No one's written about this more than Richard Florida with this fantastic work on the creative class and who is it that has helped cities turn around. And I think there's a consensus that signs of inner city revitalization were appearing in the early 80s and began to grow in the 1990s. And by the early 2000s, especially with the growth of technology and life science firms wanting to move back to the cities, repurposing post-industrial real estate, and the focus on eds and meds, we've really seen a rebirth of urban cores. And one explanation for the population influx is that these are the most desirable places for young college-educated migrants who desire services like restaurants, bars, hair salons, and similar places. So in a recent study by Brombeck, looking at where growth was occurring in 4 cities, if you look at where growth was occurring in Atlanta, in the upper left, you can see in the period from 2000 to 2010, Atlanta grew even faster, farther out from the city core, whereas Boston was actually grew, well, it was quite flat. Philadelphia showed some uptick, but comparing 1990 to 2000, the later decade, the growth in Philadelphia, you can see actually was greater close into the center city and flatter as you move farther out. And Portland, similarly, the very high growth in the 20 to 30 kilometers from the city was reduced in the early 2000s. This slide's a little bit hard to read, but if you just look at the right-hand corner of it, what we see is that the most recent change in migration, and this is after 2015, the places that were growing the fastest were suburbs, followed by exurbs, followed by mid-sized metros, growing less than, well, actually not growing. We had small metros. There was an uptick in exurbs, which were still not growing. There was more accurate migration than in-migration. And at the bottom, we saw that major metro cores actually went down. Now, this, of course, is before the pandemic effects. So if we look at monthly net outmigration from in the last 2 years, there's been a huge uptick in monthly urban net urban outmigration. Now, and there's some articles just came out yesterday that were pointing out that this net outmigration was more caused by not the fact that more people were moving out, but fewer people were moving back into the urban core. So is this a short-term or long-term change? Is it a return to urban sprawl? And I think what we find is a tension between technology and life science firms who are catering to millennials' desire for 24-hour cities and other firms that are not so focused on these areas that particularly cater to the millennials and the kinds of lifestyles they prefer. And just this brings me to the end of my prepared remarks. I happen to be teaching a class right now on ESG, and I know that's been part of our conversation. I do think that ESG, we're at a pivotal moment in development firms. I think ESG it's here to stay. While yes, as was noted a little earlier, there's some pandering to ESG by the financial firms who are trying to get a leg up on raising money from other private equity funds and so forth. I think that the development industry, which in the US is probably at least 6 years behind Europe in facing up to ESG demands and requirements, but this is the freight train coming down the track, and I think is going to fundamentally change how development, how developers deliver buildings. We're seeing this first, I think, in the office market, but it's coming to all aspects of development. And whereas right now there's more emphasis, I think, on on the environmental side of the equation, that increasingly there's going to be a focus on the social and governance sides. So let me stop my share and see if I can we can get some dialogue going.
Thank you very much, Richard. Absolutely. Interestingly, as the development of cities occurs, we have this larger dynamic of, into the center and away from the center, and all sorts of reasons driving this. I'm very, I'm really not surprised that you're adding the ESG issues to this, because they're absolutely integrated in how we go about that dynamic. But thank you for that. That was, really a wonderful parlay of what happened way back then in terms of the sprawl in London from the west of the city, from the city centre, west towards Westminster, and in fact then turned around to be a healthier, more optimal space for people and so on. And then interestingly, as we see today, as you say, areas come and go. And once upon a time, that square mile of London City was not in favor in terms of location by businesses and major tenants. In fact, Canary Wharf was built and developed primarily to offer an alternative. But what's happening now? Everyone's flooding back to that square mile of the city, and those buildings are going up. So, an extraordinary dynamic that keeps changing, and which you explain very, very nicely in that notion of sprawl and back and forth. So, thank you, Gordon. Would you have a question?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, Richard. I gained a lot from listening to you, and I sort of really. You know a lot, so the questions I'm going to ask are really sort of eliciting comment on whether my presuppositions are correct or not. I've heard two comments recently about the US housing industry, and they go as follows. First, the housing industry used to be driven by the fact that people owned a lot of land and wanted to realize the value of land. So they built houses on them and sold them. So in a sense, the argument there was that it wasn't really housing. It was the capitalization of the value of the land that they were trying to realize, and that we got basically what we got in the American city by virtue of the land holdings of these developers. And so sort of housing was the byproduct of realizing the value of land. The second comment I've heard recently is an immense or accelerating concentration in the US housing development industry, such that there are more and more of the housing each year is produced by fewer and fewer but larger firms. So I wonder if you'd comment on those two comments that have been made to me recently. First, is it that actually in the past, the urban world that we got was the urban world that was, if you like, was the property that it was built on and wasn't actually conceived other than realizing the property land? And then the second question is the industry consolidating around really big players, and what do you think are the likely implications of that?
Well, these are two great questions. First, unlike England, where I spent a lot of time, since that's where I did my dissertation, there are very few cities where one has dominant players who have huge tracts of land. And I really don't think, well, yes, every landowner, every farmer would like to someday monetize his property. But I mean, it's well known why people start with houses at the urban fringe. That's what is in demand. And if you're trying to monetize your property, you just looking at where the demand is, and I've worked on everything from small subdivisions. My specialty is new towns, and I guarantee if you have 6,000 acres or up to 20,000 acres, and they're trying to develop that land, that the great majority of the land is going to go into housing because that's where the demand is. Now, what to me is very interesting is the best planned suburban and exurban places are ones that carefully they make room for the future infill of higher density housing, and also create town centers and shopping nodes that become the places that will be very exciting. I think you can look at your own new towns in England and see some of the earliest are still largely residential. So personally, I don't see this as just a phenomenon of landowners who are trying to monetize their land and put houses there. I think is more a reflection of the market and supply and demand. On the issue of consolidation, the housing industry, you have to remember that we start from one of the least concentrated industries across the whole spectrum. So there really aren't that many. Well, in the good old days, and I've seen the current numbers, but I think it was the 5 largest players accounted for less than 5% of the homes built. Very, very different from the car industry, where the 5 largest players would be, almost all the cars built. So yes, there is consolidation in the industry. And that I actually think on balance may be having a good impact, at least on the quality of what gets built. That firms, larger firms that are doing multiple subdivisions of 1,000 homes or more, I think are able to maintain standards, factory development processes, and just efficiencies of design and building and marketing and finance that overall lead to a better product. And it also, in the battle between cities and developers, where you have a very large developer, they will become much more the focus and much more balanced negotiation, I think, in this developer paying for and providing more urban services than where you don't have consolidation and just small individual developers like me doing small subdivisions where we just look for land and we're not negotiating to offer any set of public goods beyond what we might be required to.
Can I just ask one follow-up question about housing dynamics in the US? Where do you place Zillow in this? Yes, I know it's in the media and all this kind of stuff, but it is an intervention in sort of orchestrating demand and supply, transparency in pricing. The visual imagery gives you some sense of what you get for your money. It's really good on placing in terms of location in relation to other places. Is Zillow just an extension of real estate dynamics, or is it actually a game changer?
Well, I was chuckling because Zillow is most in the news because of the failure of their AI to accurately predict housing prices, and the fact that they've lost a couple of $1 billion, I think, in Phoenix, which most of us academics who follow Zillow are not surprised, because we think there's still AI hasn't quite gotten to the point of replacing all the factors that we humans are able to incorporate as we assess value. But Zillow is one of a number of firms that are on the forefront of PropTech. The revolution in PropTech that is absolutely going to have huge impact on the real estate markets through transparency, greater data, easier interface between those companies and buyers, and sheer knowledge of the market. And so I think Zillow, or I may be critical that often if you look at their values, they're based on property taxes and may be 50% off of what someone on the ground knows is the true value. Over time, those get better, and I think overall that's a very good thing for the real estate market, and is absolutely a game changer, not just for Zillow, but the other firms in that space.
Okay, look, I'll pass it over to Richard Florida if he's here, or
no, I might just jump in, please, Gordon. Yes,
okay.
Richard Green, who will be speaking to us a little later, just is providing a note here to us and our audience that there's a paper by Luis Quintero that supports the idea that the local concentration of home building or house building subdivisions is actually having a price effect, and they are tracking that. So that, contributes to that discussion that Richard had raised. So thank you for that, Richard Green. Richard Peiser, now you are renowned from even my days of studying real estate for having done the inaugural book on real estate development, a textbook on real estate development, published by the Urban Land Institute. I'm not going to mention the date of the original publication, but now into its 5th or 6th edition, called Professional Real Estate Development. And so, it was really your book and its attempt to talk about, well, its success in talking about and describing the process that made me realize that there is so little known and researched and understood about this process. And so, and you and I have both seen the rising of real estate education, even at this graduate school level, over these decades since you've written the book. And I was wondering if you've noticed differences in how that education might proceed today with respect to what you presented in that book initially.
Well, first, thanks for your kind comments about the book. I'm right now in the middle of finishing up the 4th edition. I write a new edition every 10 years. It's pretty much a largely new book, all new cases and everything. But and I don't want anybody to run for the hills, but I would just note that every time I publish the book, it's usually just after there has been a cataclysmic event, starting with the S&L crisis, then the tech crisis, then the great financial crisis, and now the pandemic. And we hope before the book actually hits the street in the next year or so that there isn't some other crisis. But yes, I got my start actually as a developer. I started with Gerald Hines. I'm from Houston, and I thought I got my job through my great credentials, and it turned out because he knew my father and remembered him kindly, and got my start on new towns, and then went into home building and apartment building, and more recently industrial and other stuff. So I've always had some foot in the development side. And I've just personally been fascinated by the delivery of different kinds of real estate. And I found that and sort of my main competitor is Mike Miles' book, also published by the ULI, which takes more of a process approach. And I guess the main distinction is I think each product, the way it gets delivered is quite different, so that I approach it through the lens of land development, apartment development, office, retail, and so forth. And of course, the changes that are happening in each of those product types, from retail to office, residential, are just so enormous, over a 10-year span. And things are happening now that one really never dreamed of 10 years ago. ESG wasn't on the horizon, sustainability was, but prop tech really was in its infancy, and no one expected a pandemic. No, Patrice, I'm just thrilled that you are both leading one of the great programs. The other thing I just note on education is that over the last 50 years, we've seen a real professionalization of how people get educated in real estate. I did my degree in the Department of Land Economy in Cambridge, when I thought land economy had to do with land development. It turned out it was about the conversion of rural tribal societies to more sophisticated societies. But I was there as Gordon Cameron came in, and the change to urban development has ascended. I see Richard is here, maybe because Richard's seminal book on the creative class, and in fact, we met, you may not remember, at the RICS many years ago, as that was just coming out. So Richard?
Well, I do remember, Richard, and thank you for that fantastic presentation. I can see Gordon want to interject because we're almost out of time. No, thank you for being part of this, and thank you for all you've done. I guess if I had one quick question, if you could make a half-minute response, is what do you think the biggest impact of the single biggest impact of the pandemic will be on real estate?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Top three?
Well, I think of it in terms of the product types. I think it's very much exacerbated the pace of online retail. I think it's really changed totally how people are going to work and the implications of office development. For my book, I was talking to Owen Thomas yesterday, who was pointing out how many of these older office buildings that one would like to convert to residential have floor plates that simply don't make that feasible. So there are going to be so many changes related to the pandemic that I think are going to change what gets developed and how it gets developed. And I also, as I was presenting, think I think the jury's out, but I do think we're going to see more of a return to out-migration. And while certain cities that are huge in the techs and life sciences like Seattle and Boston will do very well with the core, I think many other cities are going to have a real trouble energizing their downtowns, and we'll continue to see this change.
Thank you very much, Richard. Next time you go past Gund Hall, look up on the corner as it fronts onto Broadway, or no, near looking towards Broadway. That was my office once. So just go and knock on the door and say Gordon Clark was once here. But anyway,
I will.
Thank you again.
He was, yes, I remember.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
So this brings us to Rachel Weber. Is Rachel with us?
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes,
we can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome, Rachel. Good to see you. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Patrice. Nice to see you all, even through this strange and disembodied format. we're all expert Zoomers now. It still feels a little weird, but
No. It's great to see you, Rachel.
Nice to see you all.
Why don't you, off you go?
Oh, okay, sure. Well, my presentation is a little different from the two previous ones and in this sort of the second panel. But I'm more of a political economist or an economic sociologist or an urban planner. I teach in the urban planning department at the University of Illinois, Chicago. And I've been conducting research on development and urban development for the last 10 or 15 years. So I'm assuming that you've all read the book by Tom Wolfe called A Man in Full. It came out in 1998. And even if you haven't, you're in luck because apparently Netflix has optioned the rights to the book, and the actress Regina King, who I love, is going to be directing a 6-part series based on the book. But in the book, the protagonist is a developer named Charles Croker, and he is a developer, and he's in Atlanta, and there's one scene in the book where he's looking out the window of his private plane, and he's admiring the skyline of Atlanta. And he says to himself, I did that. That's my handiwork. I'm one of the giants who built this city. I'm a star. So I just want to sort of start off with the idea that developers like Charlie Croker, we often see satirized in pop culture for having giant egos, right? From George Potter in It's a Wonderful Life to George Bluth in the television show Arrested Development. And there's some basis for these caricatures. You know, if you read the autobiographies of real estate giants like James Rouse or Donald Trump, these authors portray themselves as lone wolves, right? As lone visionaries in whose hands the keys to the city can be found. And I've been, as I said, I've been interviewing a lot of developers over the last couple of years. And I do find that they often subscribe to a theory of the world that grants them considerable agency as strategic risk takers in an environment that is, according to them, entirely of their own making. So you can see how easy it is to develop a kind of God complex when you do have so much influence over the physical settings in which millions of people go about their daily lives. Now, one of the many reasons why I appreciate Patrice's opus is that we get a much more nuanced analysis of these individuals, of the kind of corporate organization that development takes, in the intervening couple of centuries, since the 1600s, 1700s, about which she's doing a lot of her writing and her history. And so we really see commercial real estate developers portrayed, I think, in a more realistic way. We learn about how this new professional class emerged in the Anglo-American world, and how certain financial and legal practices became established norms in this field. And as we've already said, Patrice emphasizes the significance of London in the 17th and 18th centuries, because it's during this period that we see these kind of nascent developers who were somewhat adjacent to the landed aristocracy, but still were sort of titled men like earls. We see them completing successful large-scale building projects against all odds. So we hear about the Earl of Southampton's Bloomsbury and the Earls of Bedford's development of Covent Gardens, and even reckless Nicholas Barban, who developed Red Lion Square and its environs in Holborn without the government permissions to do so. And it's interesting, I kind of thought of him in terms of, his abuses of his contractors and the court system as something of a 17th century Donald Trump. But regardless, their designs, these early developers became models for beneficent, harmonious, and high quality residential and mixed use developments for which central London is still renowned. And their methods of financing, their methods of gaining site control, laying out different land uses, and engaging in site planning, project management, and marketing are still in use today. So I think this book is really helpful for seeing this kind of longue durée, these historical antecedents for a lot of the practices that, as I said, have become sort of norms or conventions in the field. And I think also from Patrice's book, we see a lot to admire about commercial real estate developers that you don't, hear about in Tom Wolfe's book. Patrice makes clear that private developers were creating planned spaces long before public sector planners ever got in on the action, right? And we don't see the sort of, if you look at the history of state formation and the development of municipal governments, it's sort of understandable that they were not yet really sort of players in this field, but you see master developers in some ways, again, sort of acting as sort of precursors to what public planners have sort of learned how to do. They were able to mandate a uniformity of style that temporarily tamed the chaos of urbanism at this time. And they were not seeking just to maximize the rental potential of their buildings, but instead were concerned about the public types of collective amenities, public gardens, piazzas, courtyards. And they also experimented with social planning because they were creating units with very different designs and price points. And so we're sort of thinking about what kind, in some ways, the precursor to kind of the mixed income developments that have replaced, Section 8 or, so public housing in the United States. They were also strategic risk takers. They were the first ones on the dance floor. They helped open up new markets and absorb some of the initial risks of building in particular places. And in doing so, they de-risked those neighborhoods or particular building types and paved the way for others, maybe with less capital, less information, and sort of fewer social networks to follow suit. And they were, I'm not sure where I got this expression. I think it was from the there's a book by Miller called Here's the Deal, which is about it sort of tells the history of the urban development in the city of Chicago by looking at just one parcel of land. And it's also a sort of a great companion piece for Patrice's book if other instructors and professors are looking for good teaching materials. But he was talking about Arthur Rubloff, who was a famous developer and property manager in Chicago, and called him a radical reimaginer of land. And I have always really appreciated that phrase, the ability, the capacity to see the development potential in places that few others could see it. So I think Patrice is trying to get a handle on and sort of define the parameters, boundaries, contours of this field or profession called commercial real estate development. And that's kind of hard to do. That's a hard task because, you know, human beings have been building physical structures to house themselves and their business operations since time immemorial. You know, we didn't have the Urban Land Institute back in the 17th century. So, you know, it's not such a simple task. And even today, it's sometimes hard to get a handle on who is and is not a developer. When you see you know, the field as crowded as it is with general contractors and brokers and property managers and owners reps and the financiers and the corporate tenants and the architects. And you do see a restructuring within this industry. I mean, Gordon was asking this question about consolidation and concentration. You do see the sort of firms themselves, the corporate organizations themselves, sort of shape-shifting over time. And in some sort of periods of time, we do see more vertical integration. So you have developers that also have, you know, are REITs, you know, they're real estate investment trusts, or they also have brokerage firms, or they are also lenders, you know, they're also, you know, mortgage brokers or mortgage banks. So it's sometimes tough to distinguish between who is and who is not a developer or sort of part of the development team. And when I teach this material, I like to tell my students that developers are like the producers of a movie, not to keep on using kind of, you know, pop culture references, but they're involved in every aspect of the project. You know, they're arranging financing and hiring the general contractor. They're the ones whose collateral and reputation and equity is on the line in the event that the project goes south. But in some ways, it's kind of less what developers do and more sort of why they do it that helps to define them. And Patrice argues that what really sets the professional developer apart from the amateur, from the occupant, from the landlord or property manager, is the act of speculation, of speculating for profit. So Patrice's book for me got me thinking, got me speculating about the meaning of speculation and also its kind of ethical or moral valence. So just looking at its etymology, speculation has a dual meaning, right? Just from the sentence I just spoke, you can see that, you know, on one hand, speculation means to think about or to contemplate the future. And in Latin, speculatio means observation or the act of looking. But it also means to take a risky position in that future with capital that turns on an envisioned or expected outcome. So there's a sort of element of expectancy, there's an element of risk, and there's a kind of dependence on the future that is very important to commercial real estate. So commercial developers are speculators in that they produce space to generate future income and capital gains. It's really the capital gains, it's that appreciation where the real treasure lies. So they treat landed property more like a financial asset, more like a stock and bond than as an input in production. So writing in the aftermath of the Great Depression, John Maynard Keynes wrote, or he defined speculation as a financial practice that involves attempts to anticipate or outwit short-term price movements ahead of the general public. And he distinguishes speculation from enterprise, which is, in his mind, earning money in the productive economy. So that productive economy you see sort of reappear over and over again in these sort of different analyses of what speculation is. And Keynes also famously wrote that speculation and investment, that these were both subject to animal spirits, right? The spontaneous urge to act motivated more by emotion than rationality. So during the time when Patrice was writing about her developers in London, speculation had a very bad rap up until really the 19th century, the late 19th century, when we see the development of, of the bourse and the stock exchange. Speculating whether it was on tulip bulbs or on property was really viewed as quite disreputable, and the sort of boundaries between speculation and sort of acceptable economic activity were policed by religious authorities. There was sort of an irreligious or a sort of connotation associated with speculation. I think it was considered wild and savage, compulsive and uninformed. Max Weber, who Manuel brought up early on, and who has no blood relation to myself, he felt speculation was pre-modern in that it was out of line with the Protestant ethics of self-discipline and rationality. Marx also thought poorly of property speculation because he did not believe that it involves any productive labor. And Janelle was also talking about sort of Locke, and you can go back to Ricardo and to Henry George, right, who talk about this sort of the kind of unearned increment from investing in land, that you can just own land and it can increase in value without you having to do anything to it. So Marx argued that the value of land was a structurally necessary fiction because so little labor went into it. And Marxists to this day continue to prefer to talk in terms of rents, right? The ground rents that can be generated by land as opposed to something like value, because they ascribe to kind of the labor theory of value. So as I mentioned, speculation really only became viewed as a legitimate economic practice in the late 1800s. The stock market channeled some of the sort of popular passion for gambling and games of chance. And then, I see a couple of decades later, at least in the United States, more government oversight over financial activities to help better inform and protect investors, with what eventually became the corpus of securities regulation. So we see sort of the institutional foundations for speculative investment taking place that kind of help to sort of stabilize and popularize and make it more acceptable, made speculation more legitimate. So I was wondering about what the sort of ethical or moral valence of property speculation is today in an era of financialized capitalism, or what some have called the asset economy. So on one hand, we're witnessing an extraordinary ability for ordinary people to engage in real estate speculation, whether it's your pension fund owning a slice of Richard's new residential tower in Toronto, or the new possibilities opened up by crowdfunding, or the fact that shows like Flip That House or House Flippers are so popular, they're even video games, or that monitoring Zillow has become a national pastime. Apparently, we are all speculators now, and I don't know how many of you saw, here's my prop, the front cover of the New York Times magazine this past Sunday was about housing prices in Austin, Texas, and sort of made this point that, because of the sort of, the fast pace of transactions and the, very high rates of price appreciation in Austin, again, sort of anybody who wants to buy in that growing market is now a speculator. I take issue with their definitions of speculation. But anyways, I've been interviewing the developers, and like I say, no one really wants to own up to this term, right? So there's still a kind of a reticence to being called a property, being called a property speculator, even though developers call certain buildings of theirs speculative, right? If you're building a building and you don't have it pre-leased, if you're building and you're expecting or anticipating that the occupants will come, you very casually call that spec development, but the individuals themselves were reluctant to be called speculators. And the developers I interviewed, they were very quick to distinguish themselves from pure speculators, who they considered to be folks who were banking and flipping land. He said, some of those are the real speculators, because they're not adding to, or they're not changing them physically. They're just buying and selling. They're just they're investors, and they're quickly buying and selling either buildings or structures, or the land that they came on, or just simply land. And you do see a lot of these kind of sort of acrobatics in order to distinguish between productive labor, right? When speculation still makes people uncomfortable because of its supposed lack of productive labor. Economist Bill Janeway likes to distinguish between non-productive bubbles like the Dutch tulip bubble and the recent housing bubble, and productive ones such as the tech bubble of the 1990s. So developers expend labor to build environments and urban spaces in which we all live and work and we play, but they are still building speculatively in that they may not know who their tenants are, but they are also, they are expecting the assets that they build to increase in value. But it's hard to argue that they do not put any productive labor into their work. I mean, I am not just an academic, but I sit on the board of a small development organization, a public-private development organization. And I see how much work is involved, particularly when there's NIMBY sentiments expressed, and I see how long and drawn out of a process is, but you definitely see the productive labor that goes into developing the built environment. But I also think, again, this sort of speaks to our present moment, that speculation gets a bad rap because the price of property as a financial asset has become increasingly separated from the asset itself, the apartment building or the office tower, the economic asset that is generating cash flows. And I think there's some insecurity or uncomfortableness about this sort of act of sort of dematerialization. I do think that in this time of financialization, that development means something very different than it did for, say, the second Earl of Bedford, right? Whether it's, bankers, we feel like, in previous eras, bankers and investors really only entered into the picture when visionary developers sought backing to make their plans a reality. And today, many people would argue that you kind of have the tail wagging the dog. The influence of financial markets over what gets built and where it gets built has grown a lot. Right? Property and financial markets are much more tightly coupled, and the value of property is more intimately related to risk and to the credit system and to the stock market. We've got complex securities that are built on the backs of real estate assets and their mortgages. And many of the developers that I was talking about, when I asked them, like, how did they know when it was the right time to build? They weren't looking at demographic trends or market analysis. They were looking at CMBS yields. They were looking at commercial mortgage-backed securities and how they were doing. So as the instruments and processes become more dematerialized, and the distance that Derek mentioned between investor and place becomes more attenuated, the buildings sometimes drop out of the picture. I mean, you can have securities that are being hedged against other, ostensibly property-based securities. And other people have mentioned this, but that's partly driven by, or the sort of short-term horizons of developers are partly driven by the short-term horizons of investors and of capital markets. And the key to most speculative development, as Patrice notes in her book, is getting one's money out of the project and unloading one's holdings as quickly as possible during what property developers know are finite windows of opportunity. And I think although the book highlights the work of a few long-termers, most developers today tend to focus myopically on the short-term performance of their buildings rather than surveying future user needs and market conditions. And this is concerning, obviously, for all the reasons we've just been talking about in terms of ESG and responding to climate change. But the sort of accelerated pace of transactions is something that it's easy to get addicted to. And because when buildings are flipped, that brings sort of immediate returns and benefits to the original developers. Prices rise and the building's occupancy becomes someone else's problem. So this deeply ingrained short-termism is encouraged, I would argue, by capital markets who put pressure on developers to forego the kinds of improvements that Patrice praises in her book. Things like courtyards and really sort of high quality site design, because those things have high fixed costs and potentially long run payoffs. Sometimes they are very difficult to capitalize into the sort of immediate price of property. And so they often have to be sort of pried from developers' unwilling hands by municipalities who bargain for them these public benefits in exchange for additional floor area and development rights. So just in sum, I realize I'm a little out of time. I just want to say that property speculation in a capitalist economy means sort of building to this sort of the highest and best use, which often involves price inflation, and developers are very dependent on that price appreciation and inflation because they're able to extract rents from their monopoly ownership of space. But we also have to think about those who are not able to do that, and those who do not have that property claim to space. And I really do think that some of the projects that we've been talking about today and the profitability of real estate does have the potential to exacerbate asset and place-based inequities, and can lead to the kinds of dispossession and displacement that we've talked about. So that makes me a little shy about trying to resuscitate the reputation of speculative developers, even though I recognize all the good things they bring and that the incentive of profit leads them to do oftentimes great things in cities. So appreciating Patrice's wonderful historical research and compelling argument, I still want us to sort of think about the fact that the ability to accumulate capital from speculation is unevenly distributed, and that also needs to be sort of part of this story. So I will stop here.
Wow, that was really very, very impressive, very helpful, very helpful.
Fabulous, Rachel, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. And your conversations with the black hats, or are they the white hats?
Hard to say sometimes.
Any giveaway clues? You're sitting there for 5 minutes and you realize definitely black hat, or is it maybe white hat?
I've interviewed all kinds of developers. I mean, from, like I say, sort of small land flippers on the south side of Chicago who are just waiting until there's more speculative activity, right? Because it's really hard to speculate on your own. It's not a kind of solo activity. And again, this goes back to Manuel's earlier comments about how there needs to be some coordination and cooperation, and you need more of a crowd. It is hard to do it on your own, no matter how big of a developer you are and how big of a project. But I've, between talking to them, but then also some of the big global real estate firms, the ones who are multi-divisional and vertically integrated and who have operations around the world, the JLLs and the CBREs and the Tishman Spires. And so, sort of a pretty big range.
Interesting.
Yeah. And well, Rachel, thank you so much. You're absolutely right. And that's fascinating. And I'll be so keen to read about these people. One thing, and, like you, I've wrestled with this, who is a developer? And in fact, what I try to sort of start to unearth in this book is that speculators or flippers of land are not developers. And in fact, although I do raise Nicholas Barbon as the one who came and did this with, great fervor, that's where I said it was all ruined. What a developer could do and should be doing was all ruined, because he was so solely interested on extracting the benefit as quickly as possible and moving it on. And that benefit, you're absolutely right, is the appreciation, the value appreciation, that speculative part. Whereas what originally began and what still remains important for long-term holders is the ongoing rental income from someone's productive use. And so, and that's what you referred to as enterprise. And I am so grateful. That is exactly the term. Real estate development should be an enterprise, like being a lawyer is an enterprise. We are going to put our skills to work. Does a lawyer speculate as to whether a contingency fee of taking on this matter is going to be hugely profitable? Maybe they do within the contingency fee system. And then I would say, just as the contingency fee system may have created some moral degeneracy for lawyers, it also creates the moral degeneracy of real estate developers. So, I think that, we're both, I really appreciate how you've identified that developers do something. They should do something, and that sort of supports what and the problem with what they do speculatively, which I really put on, and as my students know, I pound the table on being that exit value, that exit value, which is all appreciation. What a lot of nonsense, and that's speculation. Yes. So thank you.
But it is hard to distinguish the two, right? Because if we're estimating the future value, the sales value, the termination value of a building, right? It's going to take into account the rental income that can be generated from a place. So it's not as they're very hard to distinguish, and
it is very hard. And the problem is we use that pro forma that takes annual in that holding period, all the annual and net income, and then takes the income expected for the following year. But the key is it's not just that rental income. The real problem that is applied is called the capitalization rate that is applied to that. And that is where, the belief system and, and so on. Rental growth, can be probably extrapolated by a very clever computer.
And there's some magic involved in choosing your cap rate, right? If you change that by a, whatever 0.00 of a basis point, whatever, you'll have a very different project or a very different expected project or
Exactly. And that's what they'd like to believe in. And that's where all the, the card game begins. Or so, but thank you. I appreciate that. It's, it's so rarely do urbanists really, break out what developers are doing. And I really appreciate you doing that for us. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got 30-minute break. Back in half an hour for those who don't do 30 minutes or half an hour. And that will be Ashby Monk from Stanford. I hope that's true. And then Jerry, then Richard, then Patrice. So shall we just take a break? Half an hour?
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think people like a little coffee, or maybe you're into the wine there now on that side of the Atlantic.
We could, but
we'll see you back.
I'm trying to focus.
See you back. And thank you once again, Rachel. Bye.
Okay. Patrice.
I'm here. Absolutely. Hi. Hi. Well, we'll just leave it. Hi. Gordon, there we go. Thanks. I think we're probably almost ready to get started with
Is Ashby on the line?
Ashby is on the line. There he is.
I've been here.
Of course he is. Ta-da! Here's Ashby.
Hello. I'm excited to be here. Honored.
Yeah, no pressure. No pressure.
Ashby, we're honored and delighted. Thank you.
Yeah, look, the numbers have just gone up moments.
Absolutely. There you go.
So,
now, Ashby, do you have PowerPoint slides or?
I was encouraged to just talk.
Yes, which is perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm ready to. I have my paper open. I have notes. I'm ready to talk to it and then take questions.
Wonderful. Well, we'll ask. Our audience will come in with some Q&A. So towards the end, at the end we'll chime in with that. But in the meantime, we get a beautiful sunny backdrop there. California, right?
Yeah. This is coming to you from Los Gatos, California, and it's a beautiful day.
Wonderful.
Again,
55. Again, I know. So we like the rain here because it solves problems for us, but it's not like when I was in Oxford.
Oh, no. Oxford is in a drought-prone zone.
Is it?
It is in a drought-prone zone, yes. Yes, it doesn't rain that much. It just looks like it.
Well, next thing you're going to have rising water and you'll be flooded.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm very, very thrilled that people have brought in this, the current challenge of climate change and so on. And, the book, of course, does address those contextual issues and challenges for mankind and their abode right from the outset. So it's really nice to see it resonating now with discussions of climate change and resilience and so on. So thank you.
Look, the book is so big, you do everything. Come on.
It's got it covered.
It's fun.
Patrice, I think you will be pleased to see what I'm going to talk to you about, which is all about how you've inspired me on climate, how we transform financial markets to consider climate through the lens of your model.
Wonderful.
It's all about climate and resilience.
Well, Ashby, well, there you go. If there couldn't be a better segue, drum roll, Gordon.
Over to Ashby from Los Gatos, California, and Stanford University.
Sure.
So welcome. And as I said, you've got 25 minutes max.
Yep.
If you finish earlier than that, you can have more questions. How about that?
Beautiful. So hi, everybody. I'm Ashby Monk. It's a real pleasure to be here. This book is a fabulous book. And I heard somebody earlier talk about just like the feel of it and like the desire to assign it to students. And I have that same sense. I so rarely protect books from my pen, but in this case, I did not mark it up with a pen because it's just such a lovely item. It should be on a coffee table without my notes. Anyway, so I'm Ashby. I run a new research program at Stanford as of Monday this week. So I actually have a new job. I used to be the executive director of the Global Project Center. And as of Monday, I'm the executive director of Stanford's research initiative on long-term investing. So I, as you can imagine, am going to spend a little bit of time talking about the world of long-term investing, rooting it in this fabulous book, providing some interpretations out of the book, and then moving into the world of the future. As an academic inside an engineering school, we have a pretty unique mandate to solve problems So literally our charter includes the solutions to big problems at the engineering school, which can leave some academics feeling a little bit uncomfortable as we move into that world of normativity and subjectivity, but I'll try to control it for this group. But yes, we often think about how to solve problems and how to interpret from the models. And there's some great models in this book. So I'll jump into it. I study investors, and investors are in the business of making projections. They have wealth today, some form of financial capital today. You need money to make money is the old saying. And they allocate their present day financial capital to investment opportunities with an explicit expectation to receive some future economic benefit. I take my cash and I don't spend it today because I want more cash in the future. As this implies, the process of giving up your present day consumption means having confidence in your ability to make predictions about the future, about your portfolio's value in the future, about the value of assets that you're investing in the future. And so the best investors, according to the work that I've done with Gordon Clark and a few of the others on this conference, try to understand how their own objectives interact with the investment opportunities that exist in the world. They seek to define their own risk tolerance, and then they seek to understand the risk and return profiles of the assets that they're going to rely on to go and generate performance. And that's my co-author back there that just walked by. His name is Mega Dog. So this can be challenging. Because some investors have extremely long horizons and certain assets have very long lifespans. I can tell you that some of the pension funds that I have studied have 100-year liabilities on their books today. So they are thinking about what could prevent them from meeting their objectives in 100 years. The Canada Pension Plan states on their website they have a 75-year holding period, an investment period. That's a very long time. And then the assets themselves can have very long durations, which may not affect everybody if you can sell the asset today in a viable market, but it could affect the price upon which you sell it. If certain risks materialize in the next 10 years, even if it's a 50-year asset, the price at which you can sell that asset in 10 years' time changes. Real estate, as an example, we're going to talk about a lot today, have been talking about, exposes investors to an intergenerational location-bound risk. The buildings are often seen as permanent when they're put up. There is no intent to remove them, and they are immovable. And this means that analyzing those long-term risks is much more difficult, but also much more important. If you're a long-term investor investing in a long-term asset, you need tools to really begin to understand what are the environmental, societal, and governance threats, ESG, that could prevent us from achieving our goals. And so this is precisely why real estate has been so important in my work, but also important for the transformation of finance. It's one of those asset classes, we might argue the first asset class that truly required investors to consider intergenerational risk. The long-term value of real estate is a function of its long-term resilience. And that's why the title of my paper for this is Value the City, Intergenerational Risks, Returns, and Real Estate. And I've been informed and truly inspired by Patrice's book to see real estate as a role model for the broader investment industry. So taking that lens, as I always do, of the world of capital allocators, the book reminds us of that interplay, and I would even argue mutual dependence of real estate developers and capital markets today as in the past. The book notes, I'm getting text messages somehow. As the book notes, there are really only three core goals of developing real estate, and one is to create financial assets for capital markets. So that's a big goal. And the book puts the provision of financial assets to capital markets on similar footing with the provision of shelter and the provision of public amenities. And this means that real estate developers are incredibly well attuned to the needs of investors. The developers need to understand the investors. On page 277, Patrice talks about how capital is a critical part of the model of urban development. Costs are incurred to produce assets, which will deliver a regular revenue stream over the length of the leases of the completed buildings. And over time, that revenue will repay the capital and provide a competitive compensation to the investor for the use of that capital. This is going back 500 years. You know, this is an incredible foundation upon which to begin to understand and analyze the role of financial markets and its interaction in some of our key societal needs. Put another way, the investment community has greatly influenced the evaluation of real estate. So I think there was a certain point, page 334 talked about how investors push developers to privilege certain types of assets, such as the upper and middle class residential projects over other types. So that's an interesting influence of the financial community on the built environment. At the same time, the real estate developments have helped to shape financial markets. The market-led concept of valuation has been transformational for the pricing of all sorts of other durable goods, not just real estate. And so my interpretation of this is as real estate having the capacity to change financial markets, and if done correctly, improve them by rooting them more directly in long-termism. Obviously, we've seen the real estate industry have interesting consequences to the financial markets in the past decade, but I think there's still an opportunity to use this interaction to our benefit, especially as I'm going to talk about in a second, to solve problems of climate change. In the book's conclusion, we are told that the investment community needs to change their methods of valuation to deliver a longer-term understanding of the stakeholders' needs and requirements. Patrice calls on us to focus on the long term by better calibrating the risks and returns beyond the dominant narratives of short-term capital markets. I feel like I've almost written that sentence 20 times in different papers, talking about my work, trying to push the capital market community to move beyond short-termism. It's amazing to see that reflected through the developer community in the built environment. It's a very similar set of problems. And I think the fact that both are suffering from those problems speaks to their mutual dependence. And so that's the opportunity here. And this is almost where my point of departure is, because I asked the question, can real estate development be the role model for long-termism among investors generally? And, you know, the problem that I see everybody trying to focus on that is the kind of quintessential long-term problem is that of climate change. And it's becoming obviously increasingly clear there is an interaction between climate change and the built environment. And the question that we all are wondering is where and when will the investment and capital market community truly begin to integrate climate hazards and risks and vulnerabilities into their decision-making, such that that decision-making can then flow back into the built environment and change truly the shape of the world we live and make it more resilient. And so that's what I want to speak about, which builds on the model in the book. There's huge vulnerability to the built environment today from climate hazards. There's a bunch of data that I have in my paper on this. You know, The Economist said that under aggressive climate change scenarios, 10% of global assets are at risk from climate change. And there's, you know, Munich Re said the global losses from natural disasters jumped in 2020 to 210 billion compared to 166 billion in 2019. And all of these folks, The Economist, Munich Re, project that these numbers are going to continue to rise. And the kind of interesting thing here is a third of these losses are generally uninsured, which means that the owners of the assets, the long-term investors, are getting hit with the full weight of a third of those losses. And so all of a sudden, climate change is becoming incredibly material to that profit motive. And therein is the real opportunity to transform how they deploy capital. And I think the financial markets will be called upon to help incentivize and manage this transformation to a more resilient built environment, just as the provision of shelter we learned in the book was intertwined with the investors' profit motives. so too will the provision of climate resilience be a function of risk and return calculations of today's investors. As Patrice explains on page 285, successful real estate projects must take a long-term view, which I again interpret to mean that modern successful real estate projects must consider climate. This is what the entire world is searching to do, and this is a focal point that could actually serve as a role model for the world. If investors can get the right signals and they can meaningfully integrate climate change into their core risk decision-making, we can rebuild this not only capital market decision-making process, but then that ideally would flow through into the real estate developers to integrate climate change into their plans and intentions, building a virtuous cycle on the back of data and process and valuation and pricing. Encouragingly, the risk of climate damage has triggered a huge uptake in ESG and climate data analytics being sought after by investors. In May 2021, a global poll of over 40 institutional investors ranked climate change as the top issue, most likely to prompt engagement with an underlying asset. And also thanks to like the rise of sensors everywhere, what we call the Internet of Things and advanced computational toolkits, we really can start to collect data and analyze it in ways like never before. And with these new analytics, the idea would be we can shift how the investors understand their exposures to the built environment, and in turn, that can change the real estate while changing finance. Again, that virtuous cycle. The challenge here is to date, the ESG reporting landscape has been helpful, but not entirely useful. Environmental factors tend to include proxies for climate-related risks that are kind of pulling policy statements or carbon emissions. Doesn't really get to the point of translating a climate risk into something an investor understands in dollars and cents terms. What is missing is how material these risks can be for specific assets, facilities, and portfolios. And ultimately, that is the work that we are doing at Stanford. How do we translate these intergenerational risks, this long-term focus on the built environment, into something an investor could quite literally drop into a discounted cash flow analysis? The good news is there's all kinds of models in the insurance industry that can give us guides on how to do this. The work of Alex Gelber, he's at UCSD, on a methodology for translating climate risks into damage projections is incredibly valuable. Gelber shows that catastrophe models are the foundation from which we can build climate risk pricing for property insurance premiums. And ultimately, this is about translating climate change risks into financial risks. And he has a two-part model for doing this, and you need to combine them both. And I'll talk about it for just a minute. You start with a hazard module that specifies the frequency and severity of climate perils, such as hurricanes, wildfires. That hazard module is linked to the climate scenarios into the future. You can downscale it, tie it to local addresses. The next component is a vulnerability module that estimates how the magnitude of a physical hazard will translate into monetary value of financial damages. You can think of this as an example of, say, how a hurricane would create damage losses related to wind speed. And this is the type of data that insurance companies have today, whereby we can see claims data showing exactly the vulnerabilities of locations to these different environmental factors. Again, all of this data, the hazard modules and the vulnerability modules, can be developed. The data exists and the tools exist. It's the work to connect the hazard to the vulnerability that is the next phase for us in developing correct pricing of these risks. By combining these two sets of information, again, the probability of climate events and the impacts of climate events on financial outcomes, we can help investors assess how climate will impact financial outcomes for assets, facilities, portfolios, both now and in the future, for any location on Earth, literally an address. We can understand the building, we can understand the vulnerabilities, and we can understand, will an asset be insurable? Will your home in Napa Valley be insurable for fire? We can begin to inform you on that and help you begin to make changes to your portfolio. What this means, I would argue, is that empowering institutions with this decision useful climate risk analytics, yes, it will help improve capital allocation. It will also increase the incentives to launch mitigation and adaptation measures. There again, the financial markets creating the cost, internalizing the externality today, creating the cost and benefit of investing in resilience. That's the goal. That's a lot of stuff in 10 minutes. Let me begin pulling some of these threads together for you so I can start to leave you with some kind of core thoughts. So the book reminded us how the profit motive of investors, capital market participants, was important to the provision of shelter 500 years ago. And similar to then, the profit motive will be critical to the provision of shelter from the worst effects of climate change today and tomorrow. Investors saw shelter at the time as an opportunity for profit. It was an objective to attract their capital into this asset class to generate returns. It was partly why they avoided the construction risk and the development risk and wanted it after that, as Patrice talked about in her book. Similarly to now, we can't expect investors to see climate change or resilience in a different manner. It can't be, and it is not their sole objective. It is not their job to solve climate change. The plan sponsors has set these organizations up to generate high risk adjusted returns to pay pensions or fund universities or bolster healthcare promises. As much as it pains some of us, they don't exist to solve climate change. And yet they have the long-term horizon. They have, if you sum up some of the data recently, about $150 trillion. That's a big amount of capital. If we can show them that these risks are material and translate climate into dollars and cents, we can begin to do what occurred 500 years ago as investors participated in the development of shelter. And so that is the ultimate challenge here. How do we illustrate how climate affects their portfolios? And I'm convinced even more, if I was already convinced, I'm more convinced now that real estate is that central lens to do it. Patrice demonstrates the huge importance of real estate then as now for people, for government, and for investors, and the role of the private sector in building and solving really critical problems. It's also important to note the community of long-term investors truly relies on real estate to meet their investment objectives. This is perhaps the biggest allocation outside of fixed income and public equities. Real estate is where they turn next to get diversified return streams. So, long-term investors are not fully integrating that risk into their decisions just yet, but based on the model, I think we can push them to do so. To be clear, this would not be financial innovation to hide risk, okay? This is what occurred in the subprime mortgage industry prior to the financial crisis of 2008. That was about smoothing away vulnerabilities through widespread diversification. If you didn't have the data and analytics, that would be the least bad strategy. Let's diversify, let's spread, and let's allow investors to deploy. But with today's technology, we can do better. The goal should not be to diversify away this risk. It should be to reveal to investors the actual downside in their portfolios stemming from climate change. We want granular, bottom-up understanding. We should not be satisfied with a top-down approach to managing this risk at the local level. And so ultimately, to do this, we need to shift their focus to the vulnerabilities, translate their hazards into dollars and cents terms. And if we do that and we use similar, if you read the stuff about valuation in Patrice's book, it's going to be similar, that process of forming valuation toolkits. And just the last statement, the correct pricing of risk will change where capital goes, thereby changing the incentives in our economy and the economy itself. Real estate developers can shape the future of finance, which in turn can transform the entire built environment. And I've tried to communicate 10 years of research in about 15 minutes, so I probably left some things out. Back to you guys.
No, it was very succinct, and Ashby, just you are taking on that exploration of how do we just change the thinking about this? How do we change? We know the impact is there, and we have wonderful Rachel Weber has spoken for decades, a couple of decades about the impact of capital, of poor capital decisions on our built environment in terms of urban impacts. And you're now saying, well, similarly with respect to climate, so it takes a lot to tease out all of these pieces that make up that clarity of understanding. So, all kudos to you. It's fabulous. And you're absolutely right. I can see it having the same sort of intricate balancing of financial impact as we go along, plus that end piece that is off into the future, where we speculate about what the world will be into the future, and hopefully support speculation in a good sense of how we can invest in a better future. So thank you.
Yeah, I think one of the points you mentioned, you can't regulate in the impact, and I think similar in this world of long-term investing, we can't force them to do, to truly consider this stuff. We need to reveal to them that it's in their interest. And I think in thinking about your model and how you manage to pull together those different interests, governments, markets, and developers, and the fact that some of the people that are investing aren't using the asset that they're investing in, whole set of different stakeholders, very similar to the world of long-term investing and managing all these different pulling constraints. Yeah.
I was struck by the use of property as a kind of a lens through which investors understand actually aspects of the downside, if you like, or the risk management part of climate change. You might have, and I'm sure you've got lots of experience on this, you might have talked also about the opportunity represented by climate change, particularly in technology, production technologies, but also in sort of distribution technologies. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, it is a huge opportunity. And I think in order to spot it, part of it is understanding this risk is there to your portfolios, and then using your fiduciary duty to manage that risk means managing the downside, but also leveraging the upside. And the upside are the solutions, the new resilient buildings that people are going to end up moving to. This is a two-sided coin. One is let's avoid the damage to the portfolio that we need to control to, but also let's reposition for the upside.
Who's going to pay for the investments abandoned, or rather the investments discounted and dropping out of a portfolio to somebody else? Who's going to pay, if you like, for the rebalancing of portfolios?
So the people who haven't correctly assessed and understood these long-term risks will be left holding the bag. And so this is why when I say to these organizations, look, you need to integrate your ESG into your risk management. This is what we call portfolio resilience. You need to be building a long-term portfolio that correctly spots the threats to you achieving your goals. Holding a piece of real estate on the coast in New Orleans is probably not a risk return bet that you want to make. And so as we begin to see those properties sold and other properties purchased, we're starting to put a price on this risk through that market lens. Sadly, today, the mortgage market in the US doesn't use location as a determinant of price of mortgage. So your mortgage in Ohio will have the same price as it does on the coast in Florida. Now, that means all the other individual specific factors are being taken into consideration, but not the location factors, when that seems like it's a complete mispricing to me.
So why do you think the finance industry has been particularly open to this conversation, where other industries have heads in the sand and otherwise? But what's special about the industry that gives you, if you like, an audience?
Well, I think part of it stems from the long horizon investors. I think if you go talk to the shorter term fund managers, it's simply trying to respond to the pension funds. So let's differentiate. The fund managers are the external asset managers that often do the investing. The pension funds are the asset owners that have the intergenerational time horizon. The fund managers are responding to regulators and the desires of the asset owners to consider these things. They don't yet truly integrate this risk. It is sadly, and this is where why we need dollars and cents pricing of this through a vulnerability model. They just don't see it as important for their investment strategy. The pension funds have stakeholders that really care about this stuff, like Harvard University divesting from fossil fuels. The students care, right? And so the long-term investors are going to drag the managers, and the property developers who are kind of sitting there building these things ultimately are going to respond to the managers. And so it's that kind of, I hate to say trickle down set of incentives, but it almost is like, if we can't get the big pensions to truly price this stuff and care about it, then we're going to have to rely on government on that far side to put a price on it through regulation. And maybe we need both, but I'm not willing to wait for the government to put the price on it. Let's instead make sure the pension funds are pricing it themselves. And then if we get two levers pulled, great. But at the very least, we need that one lever pulled with the pricing of climate risk.
Patrice, any last comments? Because I can see Jerry there, but Jerry's going to speak anyway. So,
all right, Jerry
has to hang off. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Richard, you're fine. Richard, Florida, you're all good. No, I think
it was terrific. It was terrific. Nothing to add. It was just terrific.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely terrific, Ashby. And we will prod each other along with how to better hone this understanding. So really thrilled. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Very much.
Thank you, Ashby. It was terrific.
Okay, now, Jerry. Where's Jerry?
Okay, I'm right here. Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you. It's and you've been very patient, and but you get to speak as you know for up to 22 minutes. Take a few questions, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. And so let me make the comment that I wanted to make on Ashby's, and I really appreciated Ashby's remarks, and it's a nice segue to what I'd like to talk about. But the comment that I wanted to make was, when we're talking about risk and climate change, government disaster policy takes away that risk. And that's kind of one of the reasons why we don't see as much of a shift as we might. So if you're a property owner, I think, Ashby, you pointed out the risk of wildfires in Napa Valley. But if you are in Napa Valley, you get subsidized insurance through CAL FIRE, and you get FEMA as well. And so the risk is mitigated. And if you're a corporate owner, you can always sell to individuals. That changes the risk return and keeps developers from taking climate change seriously, because that residual value is really protected in that way. So I think that's a real problem, at least in the United States, that disaster policy is doing.
Do you think, Jerry, there will come a storm too big? There will come a string of storms too big? One day government won't be able to do what they've done, say, on the Gulf of Mexico. Do you think there's a limit?
I mean, you would think so, but when people have their homes destroyed and they're sitting out there looking at their lives disrupted in that way, there is a tendency to say we have to help them. Okay. I mean, there is a movement to try and move buy land and move people off away from, but it's fairly small and it would be expensive to do. So I think it's going to be a long time coming, and it won't be in response to a hurricane or a wildfire, but rather a more thoughtful policy, which sort of turns me to my remarks. So I'm a macroeconomist interested in regional economies and transportation economics, but also interested in policy, and policy particularly as it affects things like residential construction that gives you the trajectory or the forecast of what's going to happen in any particular economy. And that's why I really appreciated Patrice's book. So I'd like to begin my remarks with some reflection on the discussion about housing in the urban environment here in my home state of California. And it may be sunny in the Bay Area, but it is cloudy. And for us, it's cold here in Southern California. Housing is clearly expensive here, and particularly in the coastal cities where most residents live. And this is what's called an affordability crisis. And we have vociferous discussions, but they're really not discussions because people are talking past each other than with each other. So between NIMBYs and YIMBYs and politicians and journalists, et cetera. And importantly, the why of the situation seems to be relegated to bad policy on the part of homeowners and their elected representatives. In Connor Doherty's book, Golden Gates, he points that out and basically says, if we were only like Austin, Phoenix, and Seattle, we wouldn't have this problem. And I think it was, maybe Rachel who mentioned that recent New York Times cover where Austin is facing this, the same problem that we see here in California. And so that leads me to what I see as really an important contribution of Patrice's historical study of property values and urban development in London. And we learn a lot from that, and it should be instructive for policy today. And Patrice describes a trend towards increasing outsourcing of growth of cities to the private sector in the context of this long span of history with different economic and social and political conditions. But it was clear to me in reading it that the incentives and the tensions that she described are very similar to the ones that we see today, that things haven't changed much, if at all. And so this analysis really provides a historical context to evaluate, not just the evolution of the urban landscape, how we got here today, but also the current move to make high cost of living cities, such as those here in California, more affordable. And I think the way to think about this is that the public sector is optimizing a social utility function somehow defined by the political process. And so this has got a lot of arguments in it of what is in the social good. The private sector, as was just succinctly pointed out, is focusing on creating a satisfactory return for investors. And these two objectives are clearly in conflict. And so to highlight that, I'd like to, in the balance of my remarks, take on one aspect of the urban environment that's at the heart of this the discussion of the densification of cities in the United States, that of the provision of open space. And we've heard quite a bit about this from Sam, Richard, Manuel, and others. And just going back to the history that Patrice outlined, early London, you had a lot of open space, and part of that was for the commercial use, for markets. You needed space for markets. And the 16th century enclosures, you had this real conflict between those who were using the open space and those who were enclosing them, and people were forced off the land. And what that privatization resulted in was migration to the cities. And we heard in earlier remarks about how demand was driving farmers, landowners on the periphery to monetize their land by building homes and selling them. And that was really part of what was going on. And because of this migration, you had a lot of pressure on the government to do this outsourcing that's described in Built Up to the private sector to build houses. What we hear today, build, baby, build, get more supply because people need shelter. And so things like open space were subsumed to having as rapid a growth in shelter as possible. And today in high cost of living cities such as Los Angeles and San Francisco, there's some real sense in which the same thing is going on, as was described in London after the enclosures and later. The attitude that we hear here, and you hear it in New York and other high cost of living cities, but now you're hearing it in places like Austin, is it's all about supply. And there isn't a discussion about the externalities and open space externalities. So, one of the things that happened in London that Patrice describes is the mid-17th century, the plague and the Great Fire really provided an opportunity for a reset. And it's not that dissimilar to the opportunity for a reset that we see today in a post-COVID world, where one can work more remotely and we can redesign our cities around that. But we have to keep in mind that that there is this tension between the private sector and the public sector. Now, in the rebuilding after the Great Fire, we saw things like Covent Gardens and Queens Road. Those have been described earlier, but they're really for wealthier Londoners. And you see that as well in the United States, where developers are able to privatize open space and sell their homes at a higher price because they can privatize that space, but it's not really for the general public. And when we think about this, for an individual, open space is monetized through the value of the land that they live on. Land closer to open spaces commands a premium over parcels further away. And that's just a rent gradient that we see in every city. And that was my earlier comment about Los Angeles has a lot of open space, and it's priced into the price of land. And if it's priced into the price of land, a developer can't capture that because they have to pay for that in their purchase of the land. So there's little a developer can do in that sense. And it's also really difficult to capture the externality by the private sector that is the widespread enjoyment, the social cohesion, and a sense of well-being of the population at large that it gains from an open space. So, when I go to the beach, for example, I enjoy being at the beach, and I would be willing to pay for that enjoyment, but I don't really recognize that the other folks at the beach are also enjoying it, and that is creating a social good. There's an externality there. And so I'm not really willing to pay for it because I don't recognize that benefit to myself. As I was reading through the history of London, I was thinking, how generalizable is this? It seemed clear that the privatization of development resulted in a suboptimal amount of open space in London, but that might be idiosyncratic as other cities have different characteristics, the availability of open space, the presence of mountains, bodies of water, climatological conditions, and the sorting of land between residential and commercial use are just but a few. So is London and kind of the other examples in Built Up unique, or is it generalizable, and what can we learn about that? So in that regard, I wanted to look at the United States, and started with the following working hypothesis, that for cities where developers could incorporate open space, so these would be cities with a large amount of flat land, and they could build their housing around some central space, making it more costly for those outside of the development to use that open space. Could they then capture the value of that open space to the renter or buyer? And that therefore the private sector would have an incentive to provide, if not the optimal amount of open space, at least near there. And then for cities that would be, where we have densification, it's really hard to achieve that, because if you put open space there, anyone can use it. You have a lot of people in buildings that are close to that. And so it is much more difficult to capture the value of the open space to the folks who are living in those developments. So there should be, a real difference between cities such as Dallas and Los Angeles and New York in the amount of open space that's being provided by private developers. And just as kind of a digression, we know of places like Newhall Ranch that's in Santa Clarita, California, where they specifically advertise, come by your home here because we have hiking trails and we have bicycle trails and lots of open space. And so in order to look at that, what I did was put together some data on MSAs in the US. So these are metropolitan areas, and looked at some preliminary regressions. And so this is not an extensive study, but just really a data exploration exercise. And in that, so I was looking at the landform, and the US Department of Agriculture has an index on that, and comparing it to two measures. One is called Park Score, which is the amount of open space in a city. And the other is an estimate of the amount of loss of open space by development on the periphery by city. And so that is from the National Wildlife Federation. And you would expect, what I just said, that cities such as Dallas, where you have plenty of room to expand, and Houston and the like, that you would see more open space, and cities that are more constrained, you'd see less. But that wasn't the case. There was actually no correlation between the two. Looking at different ways of analyzing this data, you simply can't come up with any support for the theory that the private sector is providing optimal open space, that is very similar to the case of London, and that in Patrice's really amazing study of the history of development of real estate in London, points out there is generalizable, that you get suboptimal open space. And as a consequence of that, one has to think about development and in the context of making cities more affordable. The public sector has a much greater role than, even though the public sector may be limited in its finances, it has a much greater role in providing for open space, in creating the kinds of cities that urban planners and urbanologists, and I think we all know, are going to be much better places to live and to increase the overall utility of the residents of the city. But there are some experiences that I think we need to look at and have some real skepticism about the way in which that's achieved. And so one place to look is Christine Miller's description of what happened with the POPs program in New York. Her book is Designs on the Public. And the POPs system, so I think that's POPs stands for Privately Owned Public Spaces. And so this was an incentive that changed zoning so that developers who wanted to build higher, developers who wanted to increase the value of their development could do so if they provided these privately owned public spaces. And many did that. But what you found over time was the incentive for the owners of the buildings, particularly when the buildings were sold to a different owner, and so they didn't have the same energy in preserving that open space, the incentives were to privatize that open space. And you know, for example, if you had some open space that you would walk through in order to get into the building by doing various things so that homeless people wouldn't come and sit in that space, and so that folks who are entering the building would have a better experience, that would allow you to charge higher rents. And so this resulted in these open spaces not being quite so open. So I think there's a real object lesson there that that the public sector has a much greater role than it has played in the past if we are going to provide the optimal amount of public goods. And I'm only talking about open space. There are other public goods associated with the urban environment. And I think that, you know, as I read through Built Up, I see it in sort of many other dimensions, but it is illustrative that to create the optimal urban environment for the city's residents, one needs exactly what Patrice was advocating in the last chapter of Built Up, a new model, a model that emphasizes the role of public goods in creating a quality urban environment. And so with that, let me stop my remarks.
Jerry, thank you very, very much. You don't need to stop. We were really very engrossed. You know, it's extremely hard to see, and you've presented that in your study there, that, you know, case study, is extremely hard to see how economic benefits of open space can be identified, justified, utilized, and so on. And, you know, but once again, you're also, you know, pounding the table on the fact that we need it for a variety of things in terms of our human condition, particularly within cities. So thank you very much for that. Richard, you got...
Great stuff, Jerry, and thanks for being part of this. You know, it's really interesting because I remember when I met Jane Jacobs, she had one of my papers marked up by hand next to her rotary phone. And she said, outliers really matter. I remember her just focused on outliers. And I guess I keep thinking, I totally agree with your empirical results. And I find them fascinating, but then I see like what happens with the Highline Park, right? And, you know, I know the founders of the Highline Park, and they're very well-intentioned people concerned with inclusive development. They never, you know, they wanted to build a park which celebrated, in their view, the gay male heritage of that neighborhood. And real estate investors and developers took great advantage of that. I mean, they saw the park coming, they saw the open space there, and they knew, maybe they didn't know quite to the extent they would gain from the availability to that open space, but they knew. And I guess this is the question. And now the Highline folks have set up not only their own organization, but a national organization to help open space folks not kind of figure out ways to gain some of the, potentially gain some of the financial upside that developers gain. So I guess that's the question I'm asking you. When we build these urban parks and public goods, why do we allow developers to capture all the benefit? And are there mechanisms for enabling some of that benefit community development to be plowed back into the neighborhood or into other parts of the community.
Right. So, I mean, the High Line may be the exception that proves the rule.
Exactly.
You know, because one of the things that was surprising, I expected San Francisco, and that's the metropolitan area. It's not just the city and county of San Francisco, but San Francisco to be very different from Dallas in this respect, and it's not.
It's not. That's
and so that was a surprising result. Is there a way for the city to capture these benefits? I think the answer is yes, but you have to start off with, here's the amount of open space that we want to create, the quality of life that we want for our citizens. You developers are welcome to go ahead and build, but we are going to tax your building so that we have the funds to develop this open space. That if you do the opposite, like in the POPs program, then that space is privately owned.
Yep.
And over time, it's going to be privatized. I mean, one of the issues there is, you know, with the POPs program and other similar programs is enforcement.
Yep.
It's all well and good, but those open spaces require maintenance, and they require care and feeding. And once they're there, the city will ignore them because they're private. So I think that
I have one more follow-up. One of the things we see in the current post-COVID, or emerging post-COVID environment, is that open spaces in cities, which seem to have had a glory day. We want to build more of them. We want to figure out public-private partnerships to do that. They're a part of quality of life. They're a part of attracting talent. There is a beginnings of a reversal. You see it in New York with regard to Washington Square Park and other parks, which are now thought to be, you know, bastions of attracting a all-night party crowd and disrupted to the neighborhood. You see it on Miami Beach, on Ocean Drive, where the mayor just allowed cars back on Ocean Drive because he was concerned about disruption. You probably see it in parts of Los Angeles. I'm guessing like Venice Beach. You hear the tall tales, at least out here on the East Coast. I wonder if you see any of that there is a reversal in the regards of cities about open space, which used to be seen as a talent attractor, now being a kind of a void that's being filled by, you know what I'm saying, less, in their words, not my words, less desirable elements, nighttime activity, urban disorder that is less desirable. Do you see any of that or sense any of that?
You know, there definitely is, and particularly with respect to homeless encampments.
Yep.
So you referred to Venice Beach, and
yep.
And there's a fairly sharp backlash against that.
Yep.
But to me, what that says is we are way below optimal open space, right? Because we're not providing enough open space for teenagers to gather, for seniors to gather, and so on. And so everyone is crowded into Washington Square or Golden Gate Park or Venice Beach. And so it's not that there's a problem with having open spaces, there's a problem with not having enough open spaces.
One thing, yes, Richard, you know, you did reference, and Gary spoke, you know, mentioned this, and it's not just the ownership of the public space. That's one thing, you know, that can be, if it is owned and given to a municipality often says, no, we can't afford to manage it. We can't afford to operate it. And that's why I say that one of the key things about Covent Garden was that not only did Bedford provide this open space, but also dedicated the rent revenues from 3 of the houses to support the open space and the church. And the church was made responsible for the administration and maintenance for that public space. So there was a distinct understanding that it's, you know, real estate, once again, has no value or is no good to anyone if it's not able to be utilized in the, you know, in the desired manner. and that is as a place, a safe place, an inclusive place, and so on. And an example in recent times here in New York was Domino Park. The Domino Sugar Factory was developed by Two Trees. They took a waterfront portion of their land and has made it a public park. Not only did they make it totally open to the public, you would never think it was private land, which it remains, but they also spend $0.9 million on operating and managing and maintaining this park every year. The fact that they can weave that in to their economic evaluation of their development project and its long-term economic viability and so on, I think provides hope that there is something important happening there. But we can't just talk about the space without talking about its operation maintenance. And as you say, through the POPS were coming in with the operational budget on top of the publicly owned land, which once again is a necessary combination.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And here in California, we have a nonprofit organization that takes so the state and the cities will give open space land to this organization, and its only purpose is maintaining the properties, and it has a source of revenue from the state, and so that takes it out of kind of each municipality's budget fight every year. And it has a dedicated mission. But I think we have to think through these things in order to make sure that they're not unintended consequences.
Okay, might I just interject a little bit of comparative economics? So I've lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Southside Chicago, Pittsburgh, wonderful places, historical places, history, full of parks, at least parks in the inner city areas, or inner city sounds a little bit not quite right, but certainly within the beltway networks that surround the cities. And so history matters a lot, actually, for American cities in terms of provision of open space, and they matter a hell of a lot for the UK. Because again, look at central London, it's full of parks, but the parks weren't made in the 19th century. Parks were there and been kept, and some of the parks, of course, owned by the Crown Estate. The question is why, and the UK has kept a heritage of parks, although more or less good, depending on the new development. Is it that in the US that the issue is confounded by the fact that you're building housing for relatively lower income to higher income? That's the mass housing building market. And there is an issue of disposable income, which is the justification for not providing parks, because you're sort of filling up the available space with a house or houses, and a park would be, in a sense, an added cost to the sale price of the existing homes. Is it that it's an income problem that American cities, ex-urban cities, are the cities they are, or is it an unwillingness to tax property developers? And what would then be the basis for unwillingness to tax property developers? You've got all of 30 seconds to answer.
Okay, so I think it is both. Property developers are politically very powerful.
Yeah.
And they don't want to be taxed. And the argument that they make is, if you tax us, we will have to raise the price. And we're trying to provide housing for middle income Americans, and we're going to have to build luxury housing.
Right, okay. So then you agree with me, it's actually partly of the explanation is the income of the purchaser that makes all the difference. Thank you very much, Jerry.
But also, Gordon, if I could add, one thing that I point out in the book, Jerry said real estate developers are very powerful, and they work hard to maintain that power, particularly with respect to municipalities. The question is, why did they become that way? Right? Sure. You know, they just didn't get up and say, well, I'm going to throw all my money at, you know, local politicians. But what, you know, I describe in the book is, you know, how immediately they realized this connection to local politics was critical for their success. And, you know, it didn't begin.
Also in the UK, you know, property developers are very influential in the Conservative government.
Throughout the world, in China. In China.
Right. Yeah. Okay, enough. Jerry, really interesting. We're talking too much. Thanks for contributing.
Thank you.
Written and also your presentation. Very helpful. Okay, Richard Green.
We're just full of Richards today, aren't we?
Is there too many?
I noticed past speakers I prepared slides. Is that all right?
That's all right.
Or am I supposed to just talk?
No, you've got to share screen.
You can do whatever you like.
All right. Okay.
You're between us and drinks.
Because what I wanted to prove to you, even though I'm an economist, I'm not necessarily a Philistine. Although you may decide that I'm Philistine at the end of this.
No.
We started with an economist who claimed not to be a Philistine. So, you know, Richard.
Yeah, I know who that economist was. It was, and forgive me, I did not get up at 5 a.m. to listen to him, and so
you'll be able to watch the rerun.
Yeah. So, well, again, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. I'm not sure why I was invited here. I don't know that I'm particularly competent to comment on this book, but I'll try my best anyway. And it will be from the perspective of an economist. And it will be from the perspective of someone who thinks there are tools in economics that can be very helpful to achieving some of the aims that are described in the book that are not used as well as they should. And to some extent, the conversations from Professor Weber and from my friend Jerry pointed in that direction, I think. I will say this, first of all, Patrice, thank you very much for sending me an actual copy of the book. Because I really wasn't expecting you to buy me one. I just figured Columbia has money and they could send me one. But it's a beautiful book. And I'm not saying that in the sense of, oh, I got to find something nice to say, so I'll say it's beautiful. It really is aesthetically a very wonderful thing to read through. And because of that, it inspired me in this presentation to share pictures instead of, I don't think I have an equation. I have a couple of graphs, but I don't have any, I have quite a lot of pictures. And I'm going to divide my comments sort of into three. I want to talk a little bit about London. I don't know anyone who doesn't like London. But that's also kind of a problem with making it an example. Is it really is? I mean, Richard F. talked about Jane Jacobs, and you've got to pay attention to the outlier as well. If any city in the world is an outlier in many, many dimensions, it is London. I want to talk a little bit about what I think is really important in here from a real estate teaching perspective, real estate education perspective. And then I want to talk a little bit about some economic policies. And I'm going to focus a lot on the last chapter of the book, which is about criticisms of the development process. And I'm going to say something that's going to get me into trouble with the place I used to teach, which is I taught at the University of Wisconsin-Madison for many years. And while Jim Graskamp was an inspiring and in many ways admirable person, I think he actually was part of a tradition that in many ways led to some pretty bad outcomes. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. All right, so I can't help, thinking about London is fun, but I just a couple of quotes from a couple of my favorite pieces about London from Pip and Great Expectations. After this escape, I was content to take a foggy view of the inn through the windows encrusting dirt and to stand dolefully looking out, saying to myself that London was decidedly overrated. So, and of course, Dickens, his love of London comes through his novels, but he had a very also keen eye about its limitations and its problems. And it's what made Dickens such a magnificent writer is he could describe vividly the complexity that was London during his time so well. And then from my all-time favorite musical, Sweeney Todd, this is the more PG-rated quote about it. There's a hole in the world like a great black pit, and the vermin of the world inhabit it, and the morals aren't worth what a pig could spit, and it goes by the name of London. So that was sort of London reflected in the mid-19th century, right? But whatever the development process has been since then, however good or bad in a sense one could say it is, London has done pretty darn well. So on the left is, and I'm sure everybody in the room knows this is my favorite part of London, is on the left is Bloomsbury. And maybe the reason for that is I'm an enormous fan of John Maynard Keynes. And actually, this picture doesn't do Bloomsbury justice because the sky is blue in this picture. And I actually think Bloomsbury is at its best when you have a misty rain, a little bit of fog, the street shimmer. It's a really beautiful place. And of course, on the right is Covent Garden, which one of the things that's so interesting is it's been repurposed many times since its original development with different uses inside of it. And yet it continues to be, there are periods when it's been better, there have been periods when it's been worse, but a central gathering place in London that works pretty well. And the other thing about London, and to me, this is the most important indicator of how good a place is to live. If I could use only one statistic, it is life expectancy. And if you look at life expectancy in London from the late 18th century through what I will call the point where the Industrial Revolution really got going, the Metropolitan line opened in 1850, which basically transformed how London could develop as a city. That was a little before things started to take off, but by 1875, boy, we start to see that really strong upward trend in life expectancy. World War I and the Spanish flu, of course, interrupting that trend. And now COVID and drug dependency are creating not that sharp downward phenomenon we saw from World War II, but really problematic. But nevertheless, I think we need to appreciate how much better things are now in a very important way. We think every year of life has some value to it from 150 years, 170 years ago. So, okay. Two of the problems that, developers in London faced that Patrice brings out in her book that remain difficult for us to come to grips with are first the problem of land use succession. And this is one of the places in the world that actually allows it to happen. This is the HSBC headquarters on the left before the Foster HSBC headquarters succeeded at same location. Look at that building on the left. That looks like pretty much a fortress building that's never going to get torn down. But given the density levels in Hong Kong, it didn't make sense economically for that building to remain in that place. And so it was torn down. And the problem is, if I'd scaled this right, if I had the pictures reflect the size of the building, the one on the left would be, I don't know, about a fifth the size that it is compared to the one on the right. The one on the left is not even 20 stories tall. The one on the right is well over 1,000 feet tall. People, sometimes economic pressures really do give you the right answer, which it is time to do something different with this property. And convincing others, and developers had a hard time in Patrice's book, convincing lenders, investors, et cetera, that it was time to transform farmland, agrarian land on the edge of London into urban land, is a problem that remains. People want things to remain as they were, even if what was is not very productive anymore. And something I find remarkable about Hong Kong is it still has land zoned for industrial use. The government is hanging on to the idea that maybe manufacturing can come back to Hong Kong someday. It's not going to happen. It's too expensive to do it there. And so using that sort of romantic view of the past as a way to prevent the development of, and I'm going to come back to this phrase, highest and best use, I think is misplaced and was so 300 years ago. The thing I really liked in the book, and it is absolutely relevant today, is relying on discounted cash flow as a mechanism for determining use. And I've become a person who in general prefers just income capitalization to determining what to do right now, because at least then there's lots and lots of market signals forecasting for you. Whereas when you use a DCF model, you're making forecasts about values in 10 years and about discount rates in 10 years, things that you can't possibly know about. And on the left, I have the history of 10-year, on the left, I have the history of commercial property values in the United States going back to the 1950s. As you can see, it's quite volatile. And on the right is the 10-year Treasury maturity, just going back 9 years, and you can see it's also quite volatile. And one of the things about real estate is it has lots of what we call duration in finance. And the thing about duration is it means its value will be very sensitive to changes in interest rates. Well, you can see in just the past 4 years, we have a 200 basis point swings in interest rates. That long-term interest rates, that's actually a pretty modest swing by historical standards. But basically that means if you're looking at a 10-year horizon, you get a 20% swing in value based on that 2 percentage point change in interest rates. So the problem with DCF, I think, is it lends a patina of scientific respectability to what people are doing, where there is nothing scientific about it. Because we don't know the parameters. We don't know the appropriate parameters going forward. And we should be modest enough to accept just sort of what the market is telling us at the moment when we're looking at cap rates. We can argue they're too low or they're too high, a little bit here and there, but in general, that makes more sense. The only place for DCF, in my view, is if you are acquiring a building and you have a bunch of leases expiring during the time that you plan on holding it. Of course, you need to think about that from a risk management standpoint. You want to identify that. But yeah, I think let's do static analysis, less dynamic analysis when we're making these decisions. All right, I want to move on to, and I can see I'm running out of time already. Imperfections with the development process. Well, I've heard Ricardo already mentioned. I don't know if Henry George has been mentioned yet by a previous speaker. I looked through the book for Henry George. I think Henry George certainly didn't get everything right, but he had very useful things to say about this problem of the monopolist owning land. But there are some correctives to that from economics. On the left, you have Frank Plumpton Ramsey, who is one of the great economists of the early part of the last century. He died at age 28, being as one of the most productive economists of his time. And he had this idea called the Ramsey tax, which is taxing inelastic things is an efficient thing to do. And land is, by its very nature, particularly well-located land, is inelastically supplied. And as a consequence, let's go after that. And Henry George said, let's do that with the Henry George tax, which is about you apply taxes to property, to land, but not to improvements. Now, I think that's naive because I don't know exactly how you measure one and the other always, but nevertheless, I think the principle is the correct one. And on the right is William Alonso, who wrote The Competitive Theory of the Land Market, which pointed out that if you don't allow people to have concessions in lots and lots and lots of applications, not all of them, you actually do get quite a lot of competition in property markets. And so you don't have these Ricardian rents as a result of that. And very often what I see through the regulatory process is effectively the creation of concessions that lead to the possibility of these monopoly positions in the property market. Beyond Ramsey taxes, something I love is value capture. And this is not a sort of theoretical construct. There's a place in the world where it's done really well, which is Hong Kong. And basically what they do is they put property out to bid in auctions. There's a reservation price so that if the highest auction value bid is not sufficient to deal with the infrastructure necessary to support Hong Kong, and by the way, that infrastructure includes subsidy for housing for lower income residents of Hong Kong, but it's also, this is the MRT, one of the most magnificent transit systems in the world. Don't give property away. And in the context of an American city, don't give entitlements away. So here in LA, we are underzoned. We need to be zoned more densely. But instead of just deciding this developer gets more density, but that developer doesn't, auction off development rights, auction off air rights, and use that as a mechanism for returning that property value increase that happens from the development rights and put it into things like housing subsidies, transit, parks, et cetera. I think this is a much more sensible thing to do than community benefits. My problem with community benefits is I see the money gets given to people and I don't know actually what happens to the money. I don't know how the community benefits from it. But you put it in Metro Line or you put it in BRT or you give people vouchers for housing, then I think you have something that is tangible and useful to the people who are surrounded by or nearby to the property that is developed. Okay, pollution, obviously, there are a lot of externalities involved. And again, so I like Pagoo. Let's tax externalities. Again, I think we know how to do it. I'm a big fan of carbon taxes. Why we're not spending $80 a pound on carbon emission is something I don't know, but we're not. But that would certainly change the shape of cities and go a long way toward making them more environmentally sustainable. And that said, of course, in general cities, to the extent you keep people from living in cities, you're worsening the planet, right? To the extent you're restricting the ability of people to move into cities, you are not living lightly on the earth. You're making the earth worse off. And one of the ironies is when cities become regulated, you have more greenfield development, which is environmentally worse. And on the right, when you have arguments over how to use property, this is one of my favorite pictures. This is Crocker's spite fence. He couldn't acquire a neighbor's property, and so he decided to basically put a fence around it that kept it from getting any sunlight. We can't allow that sort of externality to happen. All right, I'm going very fast. I just want to start with how planning is part of the problem. And Jane Jacobs and Ellen Bertot wrote a wonderful book called Order Without Design about the development of cities as organic instruments, and I highly recommend it. But I want to finish because I'm out of time already. But in her book, Patrice talks a lot about rethinking highest and best use, and she refers to James Graskamp, who talks about most probable and fitting use. And here's where I have a problem with that, is it leads people to claim that things are externalities when they're not externalities at all. And if we go back to this Wisconsin tradition of urban-led economics, it's one rooted in Richard E. Lee and John R. Commons, who were, among other things, eugenicists, and led to a movement that proclaimed that you wanted to keep people of certain races and ethnicities out of certain neighborhoods within cities. This was followed up by Homer Hoyt with his dissertation at the University of Chicago, 100 Years of Land in Chicago, 100 Years of Land Values in Chicago, and he wrote the FHA manual that specifically maintained that places that permitted African Americans, Mexicans, and my favorite category, because I would have fit Russian Jews of the lower class from living in particular cities, because they were not considered fitting people. And Graskamp didn't do this himself at all, and I wouldn't want to imply that he did, but he came out of a tradition that countenanced the idea you had to basically manage the kind of people who were living cheek by jowl with each other. And that's really problematic. And people use the externality argument as an argument of exclusion. It's why I was thrilled when Minneapolis got rid of its single-family zoning, making the argument that zoning had been used as an instrument of exclusion for many years. And so I want to finish with just a little trivia question, which is, I wonder if anyone knows the large American city with a substantial African-American population that is the most racially integrated as measured by dissimilarity index. And I don't know if anyone wants to guess. I guess I could just say. And the answer is Dallas, Texas. Okay, the least segregated city in America, large city, is actually San Francisco, but basically it's lost all of its African-American residents. It's 5% African, so I don't think it really counts. Dallas is about 20% African-American. If you look at its dissimilarity index, it does far better than cities that purport themselves to be much more progressive. And Dallas is a city in which it is pretty easy to build. And I think there's something to be learned from that. And I have gone on too long. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Not at all, Richard. No, not too long at all. But thank you very, very much for that. I truly, truly appreciate, the macroeconomics and these aspects are central to what real estate is about, can do, and is able to utilize in its role within urban areas and society and so on. And so I very much appreciate your coming in strongly and talking about, let's not get too fuzzy on, what is really driving these things here. And you're absolutely right, raising the notion of, are there things which we falsely categorize as externalities, which in the end aren't? They're part of what we actually do. They're not external. So where's our responsibility for them? I think that, we could look, unfortunately, we don't have James Grascamp around with us these days, but, we could certainly spend some good time, talking through how he saw things. And he was of an era, you're right, he was of that, coming out of that 60s, 70s, 80s era where the notion of urban planners defining how cities should be and who should be there and how they should be, was definitely still a force of the urban evolution. I think one thing he was trying to say when he said, probable and fitting was, yes, the planners would have their say, but he also did concede that it wasn't just a purely economic decision, but you did have political salience, you did have community issues, community concerns, and so on coming into weigh on these things and whether they would impact it. So, but thank you very, very much for that. It's, I love the way it goes back and forth between social concerns, macroeconomic issues, and so on. And I will send you Larry's little snippet so you can see how you're providing a wonderful bookend to his launch this morning. But thank you. Richard.
Well, Richard, it's great to see you. It's
always good to see you, Richard.
It's been far too long. It's been far, far too long. It's great to see you. And I know you're in your actual office. I know your office. So that's particularly nice. I don't think, I'm not in Toronto, but I don't think we may be allowed back, but it would be just the beginnings of us being allowed back. It's interesting. You were not the only person to use slides. Someone this morning had a very wonderful slide deck. And I sent to you in the chat, I mentioned Henry George. And I would just like your reaction to the comment I made on Patrice's wonderful book, because I said she's done a great job of bringing real estate back into urban theory. And in a way, her book reminds me of Henry George. And I contrasted George and Marx. And I said that where Marx denigrated real estate, and he actually denigrated George, there's correspondence of him denigrating George. He saw the world as pit, the modern world, his modern world, the industrial world, pit against capitalists and laborers, and the capitalists made off with the surplus. George, not only in Progress and Poverty, but in that wonderful pamphlet on whatever it was, on land or something, wherever it was.
Yeah, I think it was called On Land. Yeah,
the empirical one. He kind of says, no. There are three classes. There are capitalists and workers, and there's these people called landlords. And indeed, the last one is the one who runs off with the surplus produced by the former two. And it kind of reminds me of today, like so much of the wealth that's being produced is sort of just finding its way back to land prices. And they're surging all over the country. I'm talking to you from Miami Beach, where prices are up. Austin, we can go down the list. I just wondered what you thought about this conceptually, and also not just with regard to those two. You have a great sense of economic history with regard to other contributions in economics and land economics, how to think about that issue of who's making off with the surplus.
Yeah, so I think a couple of things. One is just the world is awash in savings right now, and it needs to show up somewhere.
Yeah.
And I think that reflects the fact that we're aging. Anyone with any society with money is aging, and the places that are young don't have any money.
Yep.
And old people are afraid of running out of money. So they say, so ironically, you'd think, hey, I'm only going to live 5 years, might as well party on. But that's not how actually people behave, is they save. And so they need an elastic repository is something that is a natural place for money to go. But I do think this inelasticity is created in part by the political process, and particularly so I don't object to land use regulation per se. What I object to is when it is bespoke and untransparent, and political. And let's talk about let's talk about Los Angeles, where I am. Let's talk a little bit about London on that. So here in LA, basically all new zoning is spot zoning, which means everybody is competing for the politician and they're giving political contributions and so on. But if they get it, if they get the entitlement, they get an enormous windfall, which leads them to have an enormous incentive to bribe city council people, and it gives city council people an enormous incentive to accept bribes. And again, this is not hypothetical. Is we've had 3 of the 15 city council people in Los Angeles indicted by the FBI over the course of the last 2 to 3 years. And it always revolves around land dealings somehow. So I think if you have a transparent process that allows for the change in use, and that's why I like auctions. And again, this is not a hypothetical. They do this in Hong Kong. They do it in Singapore. It actually, I think it works. It gets the money, also government more money than other mechanisms. The other thing is I'm a big fan of property taxes. And I look at Texas, and people here in California yell at me for saying nice things about Texas, and there's stuff about Texas I think is awful, but they rely very heavily on pure ad valorem property taxes for raising money. And I think that does a really good job of basically capturing most of those land rents, maybe not all of them, but a good share of them. In London, I think one of the issues is, and this stunned me, but I learned that there was no zoning in London. And that didn't mean that people could do whatever they want. It meant that people needed permission to do anything, including like refenestering a building. And so that gives enormous opportunities for mischief. That gives enormous opportunity for monopoly. And so that's why the Alonzo point about making the land market as competitive as possible is another important element of this, to me.
Very true. And, competition is also a way into having, to stopping exclusion and allow a much more inclusionary entrance of people and so on. So, Gordon.
Yeah, look, Richard Green, it was great to hear you give your presentation, not least to talk about Bill Alonzo. So that was a blast from the past, which I was a faculty member with him, and I thought he was a really, an imaginative guy who did excellent urban economics. And there was a funny, but some of the brethren, your brethren, sort of cast him a little bit as a sociologist, sort of running in guys. But no, he was a very imaginative guy about land and land pricing and these types of things. So that was excellent. About London, and actually the UK in general, if we wanted to put a shed at the bottom of our garden, we would have to go to the city council in Oxford and get permission. And they would say, yes, you could do that, but look, this is what it has to look like. Oh, by the way, it can't have running water or sewage. It can't actually, it can be insulated, but it can't in a sense be permanent, so it's, and this person will come around and actually look over your shoulder as it's being built and say, no, this doesn't really. So there's that level of intrusion. As you say, it's not zoning, but it is actually land use regulation against norms rather than standards that are sort of set out in concrete, so to speak. And it's a very interesting thing to watch. And I get really irritated at times because we put a big skylight in and we wanted a big glass canopy. Oh, you can't do that. You've got too much glass. What? How can you have too much glass in England? But anyway, these things are important, but they also go to a really fundamental issue. That is the relationship between the form that regulation takes and the choice of that form, and then what you want to achieve for society. And you and Jerry are beating the drum, properly so, I think, about not just what is the form of the city, but its equity consequences. And then if you sort of take that a little bit further, green space, a living organism of a city as opposed to something simply built around tarmac and lines on a road. So I really value your presentation. And I think in lots of ways you've sort of captured Patrice's sort of big agenda, because Patrice has written a book that's big. It isn't Bill Alonso doing a sort of handbook on
heavy.
Heavy. That's heavy as well. Bill's books were small. Yeah, I know. Oh, look, it's valuable. Don't throw it around.
No. I was weightlifting with it. No, I'm quite. I hope I can get a signed copy at some point.
Yeah, no. A doorstop, weightlift, many uses. Enjoy.
So thank you, Richard Green. Very, very helpful. And
can I say it was a pleasure, just quickly on Alonso, it was fun to have to write something, although I'm a little annoyed that I had to keep it to 2,000 words. That where I think I think Alonso might be my most recent reference from 1961 or something like that. That
64 was the book. I know. There you go. Those were the days. Okay. I think Patrice is over to you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. No, it's definitely not my turn. I feel very indebted and as I say, really humbled by this array of scholars and the fascinating insights that the scholars have provided, that they've sparked in terms of additional comments by other speakers, questions from the floor, and so on. So one thing I just would like to do before I do some final comments is ask if there's anyone from our audience who would like to throw a question into the mix at this stage. Appreciating that, many people are weary. We're keeping people between their various after work activities on a Friday evening. But is there anybody who'd like to chime in? Richard Green to Kendra wants to say, welcome to Kendra Stenson. Wonderful. Great to see you, Kendra Stenson. And, to have Richard Green be able to speak to you over these, across the years, across the geographies as part of this. So that just indicates how many folks we've had come in from all different perspectives, and that's been the key. So perhaps if there's no more questions, what I wanted to continue that and say, that driving my exploration of this book was to understand all of the many details, the nuances, the contradictions, the frisson, that is part of this process of how the built environment is envisioned and delivered for us in our cities globally now. And as I said, the utilization of the model has expanded from that Anglo-American beginnings, to now being adopted through many parts of the world. I thought so. I was interested, but what made me think it was worthy of a book was how many people are just generally interested in real estate, and whether it is speaking about their apartments between Toronto and Miami, as per our Richard Florida, and the changing pricing that occurs during our holding periods and so on, to what it means for us status-wise. It means in terms of economic security. It means in terms of inclusion or exclusion from communities. This is what occupies many, many people, and probably all of us in many ways. So I thought, to really explore how this gets delivered was worthy because of that broad general popular interest. what today's symposium has done, and you know, as I say, I'm overwhelmed and very, very, very grateful, was how many areas of scholarship can adopt, you know, what I provide in terms of this exploration of this real estate development process, can adopt it into their critical and important areas of research on the human condition as a generality. We're all concerned essentially with our human condition. And for instance, these speakers today, and I'm just going to run through and thank them all. Firstly, our Gordon Clark, someone I've just known and respected enormously over many, many years, who has led the way and perhaps probably influenced my thinking in terms of constantly relating what happens in our economic world to the impacts on society, on communities, on people, and so on. And he has taken this to talk about the rise of institutional capitalism, of course, and the challenges for responsibility that come with that, and how it then works back to being a responsibility for real estate, its production, its ownership, its management, and the occupation of it. And then Richard Flora, the co-host of today, thank you very much, Richard. Richard, of course, is well known for having spurred our interest and understanding in actually how people live. Who are the people who live in cities? Who are the people who thrive in cities? Why do people want to do that? And why do they want to be there? And of course, you know, to be able to contribute a little to his discussion of that, about that behavior and the clustering and how things play out, offering, you know, some of the economic or the financial understanding behind that. I'm really grateful to Richard for including that. Thank you. Larry Summers, of course, you know, has a macro view of the world, but he and you know, his family tradition has been one of economic behavior, and of course, you know, to talk about how real estate shapes us and how we shape our world. You know, was a very, very nice compliment, and you know, in support of the book. I appreciate that. Of course, it makes me feel even more responsible for trying to get this right. But Manuel Albers, who has also been at Columbia University and done his studies early on, and has really made an impact now in talking about how this financialization, we heard it many times today, how the financialization, the financial players, the capital players all over the world are affecting how decisions are made, because they are influencing decisions that were once just sort of qualitative aspects of our human condition. They're financializing it. They're turning it into a financial metric, and therefore changing the way in which it's incorporated. So I'm very, very grateful for Manuel for including that, and linking appreciating and pointing out how I'm reintroducing real estate into that discussion that he leads on labor and capital. And of course, Derek Wojcik is, you know, so well known for looking at these, you know, the sort of economic, financial economic geographies and so on of the world, and to include real estate into his discussion of that and the total economy. You know, thank you very, very much. You can see it so much more clearly than I, but it does make me feel very, very interested in pursuing this with rigor. Janelle Knox-Hayes, of course, reminded us that when we're talking about real estate, we're talking about people and their conditions, and reminding us that that condition is particularly pertinent to people who are indigenous landowners and all of those who are vulnerable to the problems of climate change and how it will affect our relationship to our land, our real estate, and so on. So Janelle, thank you very much for including me into that and really then launching the discussion of climate change and the pandemic and our health and our social situation, which Sam picked up on, and linked once again the question of the pandemic through to notions of urban density, and reminded us or warned us not to just make a very simplistic, an overly simplistic and erroneous a translation of pandemic to density, but to look at actually what we do as human beings in terms of, once again, our economic behavior, how we actually build our buildings, how we create spaces between ourselves and so on. That is the intermediary between the pandemic and the density of the urban city. And Rick Pizer, whom, as I said, had inspired me about the education of future real estate developers, and for Rick to be continuing to work with this question of urban sprawl, the dynamics, the back and forth between urban centers and urban outlying areas, and what it means to how our environments are managed and support communities or don't support communities. That was very, very, very pertinent, I think. And of course, Rachel Weber, who is, who has had my most profoundest recognition for her incisiveness. I mean, she is the one who just really zeroes in with a laser beam on developers and what they're doing and how they're acting in the city, in urban construction, and talks about the things that are motivating them, and helps me understand the difference between the provision of shelter as a very valid professional and economic activity within a community, the provision for shelter for a decent economic reward, and that is what we could call enterprise, to going too far with that and raising the notion of speculative self-interest, and how that begins to undermine the whole productive process. So Rachel, thank you very much. And of course, then, Ashby takes it further to say, it's real estate is a perfect manifestation of all the problems of climate change. It's there, it's fixed, it's suffering, it's vulnerable. And, if we can use it as a sort of, as a proxy for ourselves and what's going to happen to us, by looking at the financial impact on buildings with respect to ignoring the building for resiliency and environmental conditions, then that's obviously going to be an important role for understanding real estate, which cannot be anything removed from the climate and the impact of climate, and not only climate, but even specifically that open space. I'm really grateful to Jerry Nickelberg for reminding us that the question of open space is something that we all think, just a knee-jerk reaction, we've got to have. We've got to have it, and it's got to be there, and so on. But how does it appear? Who looks after it? What impact does it really have, and so on? And the details of that are much more complex. And of course, that was followed up by Richard Green, who reminded us that some things, some externalities, and we can give macroeconomists full credit for this, for really not taking the notion of externalities at face value, but rigorously checking to see what can be regarded as such and what can be responsible for such. So such a tremendous input by so many people today. I'm very, very grateful. Hopefully the discussion around the book itself, will continue to drive some interest and thought and discussion about all of the things that impact our built environment and our human condition within it. I want to thank my students, of course, who over these years have asked the hard questions and have refused to take pat answers, and really were the compelling force for doing this book. If this book and its discussion continues to inspire them, then it has been worth every minute of the writing of it. Thank you once again to our hosts and to all our fabulous speakers for being here. Thank you, thank you. I'm honored and sincerely very, very grateful.
Richard?
Well, thank you, Patrice, and thank you, Gordon, and thanks to all of our contributors. I don't think that I have anything additional to add, and it's Friday afternoon other than what I've already said. But just to echo, I think, which we heard from every single presenter, it's a landmark achievement. It's a magisterial work of history. It synthesizes that work of history in the context of urban theory. And on top of that, it's beautifully done. It's just a beautiful book. And so most of all, I just want to convey my congratulations to you, Patrice. And I guess we've known each other for a long time, brought together by Gordon. And I hope I really get to see you in person soon. And I would say that for all of our participants. I'm now up and around and traveling again a little bit. And I'm paying the price with back and shoulder ailments. It's funny, which my physiotherapist said, you haven't done this for 20 months. And it's no wonder, you've been exercising, you've been doing all these things, but you're back. So be careful when you get back to travel. But I hope to be able to see each and every one of you, and Patrice, particularly you, and congratulate you in person in New York City again. Thank you so much for such a marvelous contribution.
So, Patrice, this started off as an idea rather than a fact of matter. And I think I was taken by the sheer scale and significance of the book. And it's been astonishing achievements, and you should be very proud indeed of what you've accomplished. I think I've been very impressed by the commentary that's been presented today. Not least of which they've engaged with your book in a detailed way, in a sort of in a conceptual way. They've marveled at your history. So that doesn't happen that much in academic life. It's a hell of a compliment for the book that you've written. The other thing is, all of us have got sort of an angle on the book. And it's been great to hear some of those angles. I was very impressed by each one for their specifics, if you like, and their take, and the confidence in which their take is presented. They're not intimidated by your book. They learned from your book, but they've also built on your book, and there doesn't come a big compliment from that. So just to last sort of points of organization. We will be back in contact with all the contributors, if they're on the line or still listening in, but we will be basically collecting the final drafts of the commentaries. I guess, Patrice, you will either make them available when they're complete or when they're final. But equally, these commentaries are going to be part of be published in Environment Planning A when they're sort of complete and full. And that's, I think, also going to be something to watch and look for as well, because in lots of ways, the written commentaries, they sort of go deep and are interesting in their own right, that go well beyond actually what is being presented today. So in my world, it's 10 to 8, that is 10 to 8 p.m. In London time. And I'm sort of keen to finish the last couple of chips on my fish and chips, and I
hope something nice and red and that goes down smoothly will accompany that.
Yes, and I must say again to thank Richard Florida, because between the two of us, we really been able to put together speakers and ideas here that I don't think by ourselves we could have possibly done. So I think
you have, and if you think, the trio began many, many years ago, we're not going to give numbers, but thank you to come around and recircle back with this. It's so delightful, and I'm truly so, so grateful. Thank you to everyone. And we will look forward to publishing and talking further.
Okay. Thanks again.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.